go. Wait! Oh no, what am I doing? No, why'd I hit episode 2? I have save files! Fuck. Well, we don't have a choice. We have to start over from the very beginning again. We have to start over from the very beginning now. Okay, where is it? Okay, first save file. Sorry. Okay. Every year, the relatives visiting Rokanjima would let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden that first greeted them. They would stop there to chat about the rose's beauty and how well they were blooming that year. Is Maria gonna see like the wilted rose again? We're gonna have a meltdown over that. In the midst of all this, there was a single unhealthy rose. Oh, here we go again. There was a single unhealthy rose, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its condition. But George used his quick wits, and saying that everything would be fine if they took care of this poor thing, marked it with a candy wrapper, and immediately restored Maria's good mood. Then Battler, with whom she'd been getting along well since that morning, started talking about Halloween. This was such a favorite topic of Maria's that she began playing around energetically again. To Maria, that marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candy, bought by her mother, was probably the greatest sort of treasure. They seemed to have bought several, and she demanded a trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around. Oh, what a sweet kid. This wasn't something that was covered in episode 1, though. It seems the details that we already know about and, or I guess the things we know, they're glossing over, but things we don't know they're gonna go over in more detail, like why Maria likes Halloween. Actually, no, I don't think they ever brought this up ever. This is something we just don't know. So it looks like a couple things are playing out differently. Okay. Well, for instance, the whole George proposing to, what's her name again, Shannon, and then the whole magic thing. Without it, it cannot be seen. What else am I missing? Oh yeah, Beatrice just totally manipulating them, or totally manipulating Shannon and George in such a way that it's gonna end in a tragedy. Or it seems like that, at least, so there's that. Was Hai Oolong? You missed the starting screen? Damn, that's crazy. Scratching my head. You can look at it later. You can, like, replay it when you're on your, like, computer or something. You also missed the new stinger, so there's that. LOL. Oh my god, I totally just remembered what I wanted to name the title of the stream. I totally forgot what I wanted to name it. I was like, it's a quote from Umineko, we just learned it. It was without love, it cannot be seen. But I was gonna make it, without aura, it cannot be seen. Or without aura, it cannot be farmed. I fucking forgot. I mean, I have to use that for the next stream. I'm jotting this down. So I don't forget. Genius title. This is fucking stupid. I'm not even gonna use it next week. I'm gonna forget I jotted it down on my phone. I always figured it was a pretty unfamiliar event for the Japanese. Well, it's a kids festival. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Jessica totally got her heart broken by Cannon. And he was dressed in that god-awful fucking outfit too. He was just in that trench coat looking thing. He looked so bad. He looked so bad. Jessica ran off crying, and then Canon was like, I still didn't see it. Even with love, I cannot see it. Maybe it wasn't love for him. Maybe what he felt wasn't true love or whatever. Forgot about the outfit. It's okay, so did I. It can be fun to play around in an outfit that's different than usual. I think there's a slightly deeper cause behind it. After all, she's the witch, Maria-chan. Come to think of it, when we were at the airport, didn't Maria say that if she was gonna wear a costume, it'd be a witch? Does she like witches? Yes, she loves them. So much that it becomes a problem. So much that it becomes a problem for you. For you. Don't think that we've forgotten what you've done. Hey, it's not so bad. You expect kids at that age to love fantastical stuff like that. If it was just a heroine on TV anime, at least it'd be cute. Sigh. I had to beat her again. You're a fucking awful aunt. Or you're an awful mother. You're an awful mother. Judging by Rose's appearance, she wasn't very happy about her daughter's love for witches as a mother. The cousins, other than battlers, seemed to realize this, and they shrugged, wearing stiff smiles. So, you're arguing that because she likes witches, she also likes Halloween? If we don't know, why don't we just ask her? Hey, Maria! How are Halloween and witches related? As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a stifled, ah. Uh-oh. As if they were trying to stop him, but too late. Oh no. Maria might have been waiting for just that question. It's like that picture that it's like, me when I get the XYZ autism instead of being good at math or science autism. Maria when she gets the fucking obsessed with witches and Halloween autism. And the occult autism instead of math or science. Oh, here we go with this shit again. Here we go with this fucking shit again. And then it was established that this was totally normal for her to do, by the way. That this fucking freaky-ass expression was totally normal for her. After beaming for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You're totally clueless, aren't you?" It was the face of a hobbyist who's been ticked off by an outsider saying something stupid about their favorite subject. Oh, this is a track we haven't heard. To the Celts, the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year. What? All he asks is if Halloween and witches were related. Why are we talking about, like, the Celts? To the Celts, the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year signified its birth, its growing up period, its aging and death, and then its revival. I get it. In spring, the weak warm sun starts to grow up and get hot. And then it gradually gets weaker and worn out. Sort of makes sense to think of it as the sun living out an entire life. Where's the talk about the witches and the Halloween? Did I accidentally skip some dialogue where they actually talked about it? Did I read the question wrong? Okay, no, they're probably gonna get to it. They're probably gonna get to it. I need to stop being so impatient. Okay, exactly. Yeah, so they thought that at the end of October, the sun died, was laid to rest in the land of the dead, and was then revived at the winter solstice. And the name they gave to the last day of their year, when the sun ended its 1-year lifespan and died, was Samhain, and they celebrated then. It's an interesting idea to think that the sun is revived on the day of the winter solstice, when the daylight hours start to grow longer again. It's a case that makes it clear how much the ancients regarded the sun as sacred. I see. So... literally, dude, literally, Battler. Ah, Battler nodding his head right now, I understand. So what does that have to do with witches? It seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to shut up while she explained. Maria seemed to be having a blast as she talked, so I decided not to interrupt. Autism be damned, my girl's a historian! In the interval between October and November, life and death become the closest they ever will. The Celts believe that during this time, the world of the living grew closer to the world of the dead and otherworldly beings. Many of those living in the other world would come to visit. Ooh. It was like the Bon Festival in Japan. Whenever she laughs like that, I'm gonna laugh like that. At the time, people believed that souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses, or possess people and do bad things. So, in order to avoid harm, they performed rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls back, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. Oh, cool. That part became a festival which turned into a costume parade. You really know a lot, don't you, Maria? Ain't it the truth? Even I never knew Halloween had such a history. But where did that whole trick-or-treat thing come from? Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had suddenly started listening in too. She's a living Wikipedia article. Maria, who was normally treated like the youngest all the time. I mean, yeah, she is. Maria, who was normally treated like the youngest all the time, puffed out her chest with pride. Saying that this was just a kid's discussion, Rosa suggested that the adults go on ahead and set their luggage down in the guest house. But nobody else agreed to go with her. And she let it a heavy sigh. Hold on, this is like when you have that one interesting subject in school, and it's the one class you're awake for and genuinely invested in, but everything else you're just... This was like me in my human anthropology class, or my intercultural class too. Trick-or-treat is just for fun. It has nothing to do with what was originally a Celtic ceremony. That was created later when Christian customs were mixed in. However, I think it's right for Halloween to be that way. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the non-human world. There were also spirits with intimate connections to people's everyday lives. Humans could receive favors from those spirits. Don't count that. So they'd manage to gain magnificent blessings, as well as a year's worth of good crops. So basically, Halloween was also a bit of a harvest festival? Ah, I get it. Now that you mention it, I guess October's a turning point in all kinds of ways, including with the seasons. Sort of the opposite of April in Japan. Yeah, that might be a good place to mark it. And also the witches hold a witch assembly then, called the Sabbath. The witches thank the spirits that give out blessings of prosperity and reward them. With what? Halloween costumes imitate the guests that come from the other side. In other words, you might say giving out candy is a way to show gratitude for the yearly harvest. Ah, naruhodo, naruhodo. Just like Georgia Nichan says. So, Halloween is a time when those two worlds intermingle? In other words, it's the most important chance for witches to intermingle with guests from that world. Is that what you're trying to say? You know what? You know what? October's where the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous. I'm sure Beatrice will come. And then we'll eat marshmallow candies together, and she'll bring me to the Golden Land with her. We'll sing magical songs together, learn magic spells together, learn how to draw magic circles together. And then we'll learn the secrets of runes and I'll become a great witch really, really quickly. And then Rose is gonna chime in and then hit her. Okay, thank God. Thank fucking God. I was hoping I was gonna be wrong. Thank you, Lord. You know why she's doing this pose, by the way? You know why she's posed up like this? It's so she doesn't get the urge to hit her. It's so she stops herself from being an abusive bad mother. That's why she's posed up like this. She physically has to hold herself back. She physically has to hold herself back. You're a bad mother, Rosa. You should feel bad. My, isn't that wonderful? It's best for kids to have dreams. Oh, here we go. By the way, Rosa, how old will Maria be this year again? Maria, that's enough of that. Don't worry about it, Rosa-san. It's a dream all girls have at one time or another. Thank you very much. But Maria has already graduated from that age. Hey, I'm telling you to stop. How old is she? Like 10? No, I think she's 9. That makes her like, because in middle school, I think I was like 13. 12 or 13, you're in middle school, at least in the States. In Japan, it's different though. It's, 3 years of middle school, 3 years of high school. So that means like it's 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I'm trying to think right now. What was I doing when I was 9 or 10? I think I was still like LARPing in the playground when I was like 10, 9 years old. No, absolutely positively I was still fucking LARPing. 100%. 100% I was still LARPing, man. No way I wasn't not LARPing. Like, why are we doing this there? It's totally no. Well, again, no, that was America. Maybe it's a lot different. 100% it is different in Japan. I'm totally forgetting it takes place in Japan and also the 1960s. Late 1960s. Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned the snickers of the relatives. Fucking face every time. Oh. That sounds pretty detailed and impressive. By the way, who is Beatrice again? I know I've heard that name somewhere before. How has he heard that name before? Oh wait, no, I totally keep forgetting. It's not just part of the epitaph thing, and not just when they erected the portrait. It was a tale they told when they were kids in general. I keep forgetting that. Right. Silly streamer. Battler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rokenjima witch. Typically ends like 10 to 12. They hate her whimsy. They hate to see whimsy happen. However, when he said he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's once bright mood soured in an instant. Look at what you've done! We're gonna see that crazy fucking face. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, she went on and on about many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch. Episodes, you say? Like, episode 1, for instance? Here, let me turn off the cursor. There we go. I keep seeing it out of the, like, what is it? Out of the corner of my vision, and it's distracting me on my other monitor. There we go, that's better. That's enough, Maria. Oh, she's tweaking. You can tell she's tweaking. Wait, hold on. Maybe that's why I had the mouse cursor on, so I could point shit out. You can tell she's tweaking. Look at this. Her fucking eye, her single eye, like... She's about to go crazy. That's enough, Maria. Thank you, Battler-kun, for letting her chat with you. Cannon-kun, don't you have work to do? Please leave now. Oda-san, it looks like everyone wants to set down their bags for the time being. Sorry, but could you guide everyone to the guest house? Certainly. Well then, everyone, allow me to guide you. Then, if you will excuse me. Yoda led their relatives and they began to head towards the guest house. They were eager to sit down their luggage and take a breather, so they didn't realize that Rosa and Maria weren't coming with them. No! Battler, stay behind and help her! Oh no, oh hell no, she locked in. Oh hell no. What do you mean she locked in suddenly? Oh hell no. After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's face changed suddenly. She locked in. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria this whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she had been using on Maria's slender arm. No! Girl, it has not even been a full 8 hours. It has not even been like a full 8 hours since you last hit her. What is your fucking problem? That hand then slapped against Maria's head, pinched her left ear, and lifted. Even though I'm always telling you not to talk about witches. Haven't I always said that was our promise together? Oh, here we fucking go. You really do like blabbering on about Halloween all the time, don't you? Festival for witches? Who cares about the Celts, black magic, and all that idiotic trash? You're 9 years old. 9! Because of that scene you made in the train, I went to all the trouble of making a stop and buying your... disgusting? Did you just say you loved her like no less than like 4 or 5 hours ago? Girl. Because of that scene you made in the train, I went to all the trouble of making a stop and buying you those disgusting monster marshmallows that look like they have fluorescent paint on them. I went out of my way to buy it even though it made us late. How much more will you embarrass me before you're satisfied? As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, almost as though she was about to tear it off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face while she frantically stood on her tiptoes, trying to soften the pain in that ear. Rosa suddenly grabbed the candy that Maria had been holding. Girl, she's 9! She's 9! She's not even in middle school yet! She threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of a memory. Of a brief span of time when her mother had bought something fun for her. It was supposed to be a memory, but that memory was from like 5 hours ago. Damn, she can't have fucking nothing. Maria can't have fucking nothing. No wonder this girl tweaks. No wonder this girl tweaks. It's because her mother's a piece of shit. But now that same mother was grinding it into the ground right in front of her. It was as though a brand had been pushed into Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that could never be erased. What's the deal with this disgusting candy? Disgusting. Disgusting! What the? How? She's 9! She's 9! I can't, dude. It's because you're like that. It's all because you're like that! My god, is it that serious? Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting! She said that she struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm. She didn't hit Maria's face. Because the red swelling was... Calculated abuse is fucking nuts! She didn't hit Maria's face because the red swelling would stand out. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. No, girl! No! Come live with Battler and Kirie and Rudolph. They'll treat you better than this at least. Come back, Mama. Come back, Mama. Save me, Mama. Defeat the bad witch. She kept bearing Rose's assault, muttering that over and over. Rosa, tired from hitting her daughter, breathed so hard her shoulders shook. Maria grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would return soon. Mama, come back quickly. Save me, Mama. Beat the bad witch. I hope she gets killed first this time. I hope she gets brutally killed first this time. Fine. Just stay like that. Just stay there like that forever. Just stand there mumbling about witches and Halloween forever. After hurling those words at Maria, Rosa left in the direction of the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Maria, forgetting even that it was okay to cry, kept staring down at the jack-o'-lantern candy that had been trampled beyond recognition. Bruh. I really hope she gets killed first. Like, genuinely. Oh, Rosa. Where were you? Oh, sorry. Had to beat my child because I'm a piece of shit mother. My bad. Ah, my cough drop. I'm sorry. You fucking liar! Liar! Crucify her! Crucify her now! The roses were so wonderful, I just...
Rosa, 早く荷物を置いてこいよ。
Rosa, set your luggage down quickly and come with us.
兄貴んとこへ。
We're gonna go say hi to Aniki. Huh? What happened to Maria-chan? Is she still by the flower beds? Yes. It seems she found a rose she likes and insisted that she'd take care of it, refusing to listen. I decided to let her do what she wants for a while. We sometimes forget that girls have their own little world. Sometimes we have to respect that, right? So true, Kirie. I wish you were Maria's mother instead. What do you mean that's right? What do you mean that's right after you just told her off about why she should stop? Fuck you. You are so awful. That's right. Thanks for your concern, Kirie-san. Goda-san, where's our room? I'll guide you. This way. Allow me to hold your luggage. I'll be fine. I can carry it myself, thank you. Honest to God, I really hope she dies first. Rosa went into her room guided by Goda. She then closed the door somewhat violently and threw her luggage on top of the bed. What are you sad about? She got down on her knees in front of the bed, burying her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing constantly. Canon, can you be good? Can you please be good to her? Maria-sama, are you alright? Canon appeared from behind a thicket after watching. Canon! Oh. I wish he would have intervened, but this is better than nothing, Oh, she's tweaking after that. I'm fine. Maria gave a creepy laugh, but to Canon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best as she could. Oh, her coping mechanism, right? She's a horrible person. I can't believe she's a mother. It can't be helped. You can't expect anything better than that to enter a container of that level. I'm just fine. Canon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. Just as he was wondering what to do, he met Maria's gaze. No, that wasn't quite right. Maria was looking at the candy Canon had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as the candy that had been trampled into a pulp. Canon realized this, but didn't know what he should do. You can hug her. Please, Canon. That's right. I'll exchange it for the one I received earlier. Canon remembered that a similar candy he'd received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Canon thought that she was trying to take it, so we held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Canon realized. She was saying, "Give it back." No matter how tragic and trampled it was, this candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy and no other. If only it were intact enough that it could be fixed by dusting it off. Canon hung his head. Dusting it off is the most I can do. I'm sorry. Canon held out the miserable-looking candy Maria wanted. She took it and spoke.
Thank you. A human can't do anything except dust it off. But a witch could restore it to how it once was. It would be easy for Beatrice.
How hard do you think, Canon is freaking out because he knows that, Beatrice is, legit real? Maria-sama, you know about Beatrice? Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the Ushinomiya family could have failed to know Beatrice's name. But just now, Maria had bragged about Beatrice to Battler. She had spoken almost as though she was meeting with Beatrice regularly. Canon felt a sharp pain inside his left hand, which was curled into a fist. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared to tempt him and Shannon. He'd always tried to think of it as a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it definitely was a real witch. And then this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god was hit by lightning, disappearing without a trace over the span of a single night. He knew about Shannon breaking that mirror. And he remembered that as the witch departed, she said she'd eventually be revived. And now this girl who believed absolutely in Beatrice spoke as though she'd met Beatrice herself. Canon couldn't suppress a vague sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. That fucking 3 seconds of just her staring scared the shit out of me. For a while, Maria remained silent as though she could see into Canon's heart. Almost as though she was waiting for a memory of Beatrice to be revived. And then she spoke as though it was a fact.
You know, I'm friends with Beatrice. I'm even gonna meet her today and play.
You're going to play?
Yeah! Of course we'll play. We're gonna study magic together.
The face of that witch whom Canon had tried to pretend was a bad dream began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. Please don't scare me. Oh, okay. Father says he's extremely busy with his research. Unfortunately, it seems he'll be unable to come down. Oh, come on, we've put this conference in our schedules to come all the way out to Rokenjima during this crazy busy fall season. You'd think Dad could at least be a bit more sociable. Yeah, seriously. Dr. Nanjo, is it really his research and his mood that are the problem? He isn't already bedridden, unable to get up, right? Well, I wonder. There is not much I can say. Nanjo glanced at Natsuhi. It seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsuhi's approval. Father's state of health is better than ever. It would be exceedingly rude to call him bedridden. But he only has 3 months left to live, right? Normally, wouldn't you expect him to be wasted away, unable to get out of bed? Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? For a normal patient, that would probably be the case. But Kinzo-san has extraordinary willpower. Perhaps that willpower has frightened even the Reaper away. His aura scared death away, that's what. Well, if he's that energetic, then I guess we'll have to, we have little to worry about for the near future, right? Well, if he's got that much spunk, I wish he'd at least come to greet us. Isn't the whole point of this family conference to come and see Dad's face? I'm not even sure why we came now. Don't say that. If he were here, you'd complain the whole time about being unable to relax. Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that all of his siblings have gathered this year to spend some time alone? Whatever, crypto bro. We didn't get to see him at last year's family conference either, right? Can you understand why his blood children might want to see him after 2 years? I totally just realized what Kinza reminds me of. Like, the whole family coming to visit him, and then him staying in his study. It's literally like people like me, maybe you too, where like your family would come over for like, your extended family, I mean, would come over for like a Christmas party, or Thanksgiving, or something else, but like you really don't want to go downstairs because like you're a shut-in and like you just want to stay upstairs on your computer playing games, but then your mom knocks on your door and it's like, sweetie, aren't you gonna come downstairs and say hi to your cousins? And then you're like, no, I don't wanna. And she's like, no, really, you should. And then like your dad barters in, it's like, you better come downstairs right now, right fucking now. And then because he's yelling, you're scared, so then you come downstairs anyways. And then you haven't showered for like a couple of days, and like your face is dry as fuck, and so is your neck because you're eczema. And then you come downstairs really shy and all sheepishly, and then you say hi, and then you don't say anything, and then the first thing they say, instead of like, oh, it's nice to see you, it's like, oh, hey, look who came out of his cave, and then everyone in the family laughs, and then like after that you just run upstairs and go back to your room, and then never come back downstairs until the rest of the family leaves. It's just like that. Anyone else relate? If there's anything you'd like to say in greeting, I'll tell him for you. Or Eva-san, is there something you'd like to discuss with father beyond merely greeting him? Come on, what are you talking about? Sheesh. Sheesh. Give it a rest, Eva. Natsuhi-san, forgive us. Eva's just worried about father's condition as his daughter. Yeah, right. Please try and understand how she feels. Indeed. Look how quickly you've grown to respect father now that you know how much longer he has to live. Yes, I believe I do understand why you want to see him so much.
何が言いたいのよ。
What are you trying to say?
よせよ姉貴
Wait in, Anaki.
晩飯
Why don't we pray that his moods will improve by dinner?
それに俺たちは
Anyway, we've only just arrived.
まずは
For now, we're only here for a casual greeting.
親族会議は
And we could even hold the family conference without Dad.
いや兄弟で意見を統一
In
して
fact, there's a few things we siblings shouldn't bring to him until we formed a unified opinion. Isn't that right, Hideyoshi-san?
そうや
Yep, just as Rudolph-kun says.
わしらが全員
This is the only time of year we can all meet in person.
貴重な時間
We've got to take this valuable time seriously and be frank with each other. His condition, also known as his money. Yes, yes, I'm very worried about father's money. I mean his money. I mean his money. I mean his sickness, his health, and money. Even though the tea hadn't yet arrived, they were very determined.
でもその前に
But before that, perhaps we can spare the time to enjoy some black tea at our leisure, surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the parlor. Hidie's words seemed to contain a subtle admonition? Admonition. Sorry, I'm used to reading it. I've never even seen this version of the word. I'm used to seeing only admonished or admonishment. Admonition. Directed at everyone gathered there. They all understood, and as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time.
Shut in!
Excuse me, I've brought some tea.
よーしゃのに
Hey, Shannon-chan! You just keep getting prettier and prettier. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Oh, Hideyoshi, you're such a guy. You're such a guy of guys. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. As far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was sitting at the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kirie seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kirie took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. Rudolph didn't like it when his wife took charge. He was a misogynist. It was his worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. There's nothing wrong with taking advice from your wife. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. Couldn't be me. I'd be such a wife guy. Are you kidding me? If I was married to Kirie, I'd be at her beck and call, asking her for her opinion on fucking everything. She'd have to tell me to stop asking her so many questions. For her opinion on everything. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings, who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, and casually drank her tea near the window.
あら、ローザさん。
Oh, Rosa-san.
兄弟で水入らずなのでは？
I thought the siblings were enjoying some alone time.
ご冗談を。
You must be joking.
ごめんなさい。気のある
Sorry, don't take it the wrong way.
うちの夫に呆れてるだけ。
I'm just a little exasperated by my husband. If being a wife guy means I'm weak, then I'm the weakest guy in the world. Hashtag love my wife. Me as fuck, for real. Genuinely. You'd have to pry title of wife guy from my cold dead hands. Like, imagine, dude, imagine being married to her and not being a wife guy. Imagine being married to her and not being a fucking wife guy. Are you kidding me right now? You'd have to be fucking crazy. You'd have to be fucking crazy. Also, it looks like there was some new stuff, maybe? She has served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. Maybe I just don't remember. I haven't looked at hers for a while. Yeah, everything else looks the same anyways. Apparently, Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on-the-surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. She probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. The same way that you don't like pretending to love your daughter because you're a fucking awful mother. Surprising. Wow, I'm so surprised. Or maybe she was still too immature for that. It looks like the wind started blowing hard out there. The plants are still shaking so much. Or are all shaking so much. The typhoon's probably gotten pretty close already. I wonder if we'll see a lot of rain tonight. Ooh, wow, that was such a fast topic shift. Maria-chan really has grown a lot this past year. Does it look that way? She still can't even fold her own clothing yet. I don't think a 9-year-old has to know how to fold the clothes, not unless your name is Nanako Dojima. Fucking Nanako was doing fucking everything in that damn house. She was fucking cooking, she was going grocery shopping, she was doing the damn laundry, tucking in her dad when he came home drunk, fucking doing everything in that damn house. No, it's true. It's because she has such an affectionate mother. She'll grow into a girl with a... Is she doing this on, like, purpose? Is she, like, doing this on purpose? Like, for real? Oh, it's true. It's because she has such an affectionate mother. She'll grow into a girl with a rich heart. I hope she starts tweaking. Yeah, that's right. You better start being fucking guilty as hell. You better. Rosa fell silent. Maybe she was unsure as to what Kirie meant by that. I'm a failure as a mother. Children don't get to choose their parents. That poor girl. Doesn't that go both ways? A parent can't choose what kind of child they have either. Don't try and make her feel better for beating her fucking kid. Rosa bit her lower lip. This isn't a matter of assigning blame. Isn't it enough that you take your time and watch over her as she grows, conscious of the fact that you'll be living together? You spend every day with Maria-chan, so you probably don't notice the small changes. But the rest of us, who haven't seen her for a year, can see clearly how much she's grown. If you really mean that, thank you very much. Then, if you'll excuse me, if there's anything else you desire, please call for it at any time. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. As Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go, what? They immediately lock in. The immediate lock in after Shannon leaves. Hello? The atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit.
お父様がいらっしゃられないならそれはそれでできる話もあると
If father can't come down, well, that still leaves us with certain things we can discuss.
ねえルドルフ
Right, Rudolph?
ああ、そうだね。
Yep, that's right.
俺たちははるばる
We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, right?
飲みに来たわけじゃねえぞ。よかろう。
Very well.
一秒を争って
What is this matter that you're clearly so eager to discuss? Is it the money thing again? My. Those people really are determined.
早速始めた
They certainly got started rather quick.
私も加わらないといけないわ
I need to join in too.
あの人たち私が主張しないと
If I don't assert myself,
兄弟である
those people will quickly forget that there's 4 siblings.
あなたも大変ね
Sounds like you've got it pretty tough yourself.
ちょっと言葉を選ばなかった
Maybe I
でした
spoke too harshly.
ごめんなさい
Forgive me.
ううん気にしてません
No, I don't mind.
こちらこそ
I'm the one who should be apologizing.
私たち互いに娘を
As a pair of mothers with daughters, we should talk more often.
交流いつも会えば変な
Every single time we meet, we end up talking about something shady.
Wait, what do you mean daughters? What did do you mean as a pair of mothers with kids? Unless like if I zoom in really close somewhere, there's like a tiny pixel of like some secret kid that we don't know that Rudolph actually has and is the sister to Battler.
この屋敷の空気のせいよ
Congrats on your transition, Battler. So happy for you. You can blame the atmosphere in this mansion for that.
ここの空気を嗅ぐと
Once you breathe in this air, everyone gets so strained.
ローザさんとは
Just once I'd like to have a nice long cup of tea with you when we aren't attending a family conference.
銀座に行きつけの素敵な喫茶店があるの
There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza that's a favorite
ぜ
of
ひ今
mine.
度招待させて
Please, let me invite you sometime soon.
ありがとう
Thank you, Kirie-san.
その時は
That
ぜ
sounds great.
ひいやね
Oh
急に
no,
空が暗くなってき
the
た
sky's gotten dark pretty
ま
fast.
るでこの部屋の人たちが天気を悪く
I
して
could almost believe the people in this room made the weather worse.
もう
They
午後
manifested it.
There's already thunder.
あら
Oh,
ついと来たかしら
was that when they're...
There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rosa's head, and she remembered that her beloved child— Yeah, you remembered that you were a mother, huh? Normal girl would try to go inside if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She would sometimes— yeah, we've been through this song and dance before. Yeah. I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream.
なんだどうしたんだね
What? What is it?
ごめんなさいちょっと表
Sorry, I'm going out for a second.
すぐ戻ります
I'll be right back.
なんだどうしたってんだあいつ
Seriously, what's going on with her?
いいじゃないすぐ戻る
Don't worry, she'll be back soon.
それより始めたら
More importantly, shouldn't we begin
私たちの本音
our main topic?
そうね
That's right, we can keep talking about that without Rosa. Let's return to our discussion.
You guys aren't gonna help her or anything? You're not worried about her? Fucking awful ass siblings. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze, and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kirie had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. There was also a low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. A rose in the rose garden, what will she do? She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. I was here, and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. Here we go with this song and dance again. Maria, are you there? If you're there, answer me! That was right. You're such a fucking piece of shit, mother. I hate you. She was standing stock still, exactly the same way she had been in the place where I had scolded her. Held in her hand was the candy that I'd bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her. Here we go again! Here we go again. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Maria. Forgive Mama. No, don't! Mama, welcome back! I waited a long time for you to come back. The scary witch pinched me, but I stayed strong, waiting for Mama to come back without crying. Don't forgive her. Hey, Maria, don't you want to know if your mother is a witch? Don't you want to know if your mother might be a witch and she's secretly been hiding that from you? Do you know how they used to do that in the old times, Maria? Do you know what they would do if they suspected people of being a witch? They would tie rocks to the persons being suspected of being witches. And then they would toss the person and then the rock into the lake. And if she wasn't a witch, she'd float. But if your mother's a witch, she's gonna sink and sink and sink. And then you're gonna be the daughter of a witch, Maria. Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know that, huh? Come on, Maria, say yes! Say yes, Maria! Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay, let's do that! Oh, yes, she said yes! We gotta throw boulders. Let's use one of those boulders and tie it to Rosa.
You didn't do anything wrong. You were just possessed by a bad witch again.
Stop coping! Stop, Maria!
So I'm fine. I really love you, Mama. I love you.
Ah, here come the waterworks.
Where? Where?
Please forgive your mama. Where? Dude, fucking count it. Not even 30 minutes from now. I'm gonna count under 30 minutes from now. So let's see. By 3 o'clock, she's gonna start hitting her again. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. And once again, those tears dripped down after who knows how many times. If only the brilliant sun had been shining in the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and it might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. Hey, Cole.
Howdy.
You haven't missed too much. Lots of just exposition. Maria totally info dumped about witches, and well, not witches. Halloween, then witches. She had like the history autism going on, explaining how the Celtic people celebrated the lifespan of the sun, how it died, and then how it was brought back to life during the winter solstice, that sort of thing. Rosa was being abusive again. Big fucking surprise. And then during the parlor meeting, discussing the inheritance stuff, or just prior to discussing it, Rosa just remembered, oh shit, I have a fucking daughter that I have to take care of. Oops. And here we are. It's interesting though, because in episode 1, it wasn't Rosa who found her first, but it was Battler. Well, if we want to be technical, technically it was Beatrice that found her first, and then Battler. The sound of Maria sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. If Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold. Okay, Maria. It's almost time for lunch. Why don't you come back to the mansion with me? Won't go? Why not? Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still, pointlessly, as the weather grew even worse. Oh boy.
It's Beatrice! She'll be here really soon! So I'm waiting.
Oh fuck. Fuck it all.
Good thing I'm here. No?
Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent. They'd only just managed to make up after all. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Is this gonna be a speed run of abuse? Beatrice is coming? She's gonna crack! She's gonna crack! I don't trust that smile for a fucking second! Also, hi, Fluff Muffin. Welcome, thanks for the follow, howdy! Please, please don't actually crack. Really? Then, instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stay in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold.
She'll come, Beatrice will come! When she does, I'll give her candy! I'll do twinkle tweet! I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow candy and say Happy Halloween!
Do I know what? No. Why the fuck would I know? Is it because I'm their friend? No, I don't know. The fuck? Why the fuck would you fucking ask me? The fuck? No, I don't know. Maria pulled yet out another sweet of her handbag, moaning, ooh, ooh. Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do, as Maria started being difficult again. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It was probably a sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. So after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, the figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. It was probably... no. Definitely fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was. What the hell is she wearing? Why is she in a uniform? I mean, she's rocking it, but what the fuck? Maria dashed over to the shadow. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know. But Rosa forgot to do that. Was unable to do anything but stand there stunned. It's been quite some time. Have you been well?
I've been one, we just don't catch colds.
Maria, that's oomph. It's oomphy. Indeed, a witch can use curses to make people catch colds. But how foolish would it be if she caught one herself? From now on, you should take care not to catch something like a cold yourself. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called it out in the beginning, when the woman appeared. So even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was unable to know her name. However, that name held a special meaning in Rokenjima and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something that stupid could be.
Beatrice! Happy Halloween! Yay! Look at what we bought. I'll give you one too, Beatrice.
Happy Halloween. Oh, is this for me? How truly adorable that a candy, that a candy would be made out of this. The lonely light of a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell. Right now, on this island that has been cut off, both from the world of humans and the world of non-humans, there may be no more suitable sweets. Maria, what's wrong with that one? It's a fucked up candy! The witch noticed the sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached this pitiful state.
Boy, it got stepped on and smashed. Can you fix it, Beetle?
Maria didn't go so far as to say that it was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chill went down Rosa's spine, as though this gaze was staring straight through her. It shall be easy. Give it to me. Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch, stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact that the candy had been pitifully trampled? Maria looked as though she believed it could be fixed, good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible. It is quite crushed, isn't it? Come, Maria. Excuse me. Close your eyes and try to remember. Because it really was that wonderful a candy. The candy of your memories is always full and fluffy. So you try to remember as well. What kind of candy was it really? Along with those strange words, spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering just as the witch had told her to. What shape had that crushed candy really had? Therefore, only Rosa saw that same. Sweet that was thrown into the air burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to gather at the witch's hand, which was held up to the sky. Whoops. That was held up to the sky. And as she did this, unbelievably, It returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene. Unable to comprehend what was occurring right before her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it. Hi, Giggity. Hi. And thank you for the redeems. I already just drank water, so I will neglect that and instead sip some coffee. Rosa gets trapped. Where's that emote? This is Beatrice's face right now, or Beatrice's face right now. That's when she grinned at Rosa. You may now open your eyes. Take it. With this, your suite has returned to normal.
Wow! Beatrice is always incredible!
There was a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face, one different from the smile she'd shown Maria. Does my face seem familiar? If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it. I'm sorry. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. Could this mystery woman really be? Maria, I give you this in exchange for the sweet you gave me.
What? Letter?
The witch pulled a Western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her. You must not. The time will soon come for you to open it, but until then, you absolutely must not. Take good care of it. That will be your invitation to the Golden Land.
The Golden Land! They'll finally take me there! Yay!
Take it and treat it with care. You mustn't show it to anyone.
I'll keep that promise. You've always got to keep promises with witches.
Uh-oh. And this is for you. She pulls out a fucking gun and just starts shooting her. Me? She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her. Rosa was bewildered by the second Western envelope, which was thrust before her. Oh. She'd seen this type of envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes, used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ushiromiya family crest. It was sealed with red sealing wax. And furthermore, it had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Ushiromiya head. It could have been any of the 4 siblings. However, the fact that I have met you here probably means that you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. So take it. Then, read its contents aloud while seated at the dinner table, when all of the siblings are gathered.
But what did you say?
Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So she had joined together with Ava and Rudolph, and they planned to force a certain condition on Kraus to try and extort several 100 million yen in cash out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of her siblings are gathered? And with a personal envelope that no one but Ushiromiya head can use. The Ushiromiya head can use. Maria, the weather's getting worse. Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime. And Rosa, we will meet again later. Allow me to introduce myself again at that time. The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind. It must feel so awful for like this random fucking witch to be more of a mother than you are. As though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger. Unable to do anything but pray that what had happened was just a daydream. When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the guest approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow. I have been waiting. Beatrice-sama. It's been quite some time, Genji. She mothered harder than Maria's actual mother in 10 minutes. What's that thing that's like the not the stepfather, but the father who stepped up? It may not be the mother. I may not be like the actual mother, but I'm the mother who stepped up or some shit like that. It's been quite some time, Genji. You've gotten old. No matter how old it becomes, furniture carries out its work like furniture until the end. I remember how that man's wife used to be jealous of you. Is Kinzo doing well? He is doing extremely well. The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you would expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at. We're gonna... What? You're gonna actually go greet him? Then let us go and greet him. I look forward to hurling curses at each other after 30 years. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. Wait, I'm so scared. At that time, Kirie came out of the parlor. She'd probably gone out to fix some makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being almost dead, on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Ushiromiya family household that Genji was the one following behind her. Kirie immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kirie and the witch's eyes met. Realizing it'd be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch.
はじめまして。
It's a pleasure to meet you.
ルドルフの5歳だったか。
You were Rudolph's second wife, yes?
さようでございます
Correct. This is Kirie-sama, Rudolph-sama's current wife. From this exchange, Kirie realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank, even amidst the Ushiromiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kirie's eyes instantly open wide. Ah, yeek! It's the witch with the portrait! What? Did it just change? Huh? Pleased to meet you. I'm Kirie.
初対面でしょ。
I wonder if this is our first time meeting.
もし以前に挨拶をしていたなら、
If we have met before, I apologize for forgetting your name.
うすうすは想像がついているくせに。
So you intend to force me to state my name, even though you already have a vague idea of the answer? Kirie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this didn't seem to be a person she could grow to like. But if Kirie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in. Something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. She needs to serve as much cut as possible. So much so that she used her magic to change that selfie on the portrait to reflect her current outfit. So without shooting back a retort, Kirie silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor with Genji following behind. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsuhi.
キリエさん、このようなところに立ち尽くして。
Oh, the portrait's back to normal. Kirie-san, why are you standing still in a place like this?
いかがなさいましたか？
Are you not feeling well?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ちょっと魔女の肖像画
I
を
was
覗い
just
ていただけです。
fascinated by the portrait of the witch for a bit.
黄金の魔女。
I wonder if it changed her outfit in the thing. It did! Oh my god! Wonder why she changed her dress for the occasion. She's killing it though, what the hell? Wait, she has the thing tattooed on her like Shannon does. Does anyone else have it tattooed? Or is it just those two? Oh, Ava has it. I don't think anyone else does. So 3 of them do. I wonder if there's any significance to them having it tattooed on versus just wearing it. I should totally save. And her thing also updated. The mysterious visitor and 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference. She goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who gave the gold to Kinzo. Her reasons for visiting are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one has been allowed to use in the past. Oh, that's right. I was like wondering what's so different about her. She's not holding her pipe, she's holding a cane instead. Huh. Anything about her that has changed? No, okay. Oh, you mean the Golden Witch Beatrix? The one whose gold was supposedly necessary for the revived Ushinomiya family we see today. Quite a fantastical story. Just what one might expect from father. Natsuhi spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous. No more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kirie now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsuhi's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting a bit of a headache. Girl, you too? I think I'll rest for a little while. I'm not just gonna be like, you too? Oh my gosh. Your fucking face. Oh, you too, huh? It's her time to shine. It's like, I have some fucking good shit, man. I have some dope shit. Oh, is that so? Then I have some good headache medicine. I'll get it for you. First time in her life I've seen her smile, like, for real. The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison, peculiar to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, didn't grimace. Nor did the Golden Witch. How long has he been in there since last he left? I believe it has already been several years. Is he that desperate to turn me into a bird in a cage? How pitiful. By now, you're the bird in a cage. Oh, that is true. Yeah, he's confined to Rokenjima. He's not once left. Oh my god. You're the ghost of the study, are you not? How pitiful that he's unable to recognize even that. Until he meets you again, he will probably continue his research, even after literally becoming a ghost. Is it love or madness or a delusion? And yet, perhaps even those can form magical power when strong enough. You sad magician. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. Oh, when she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand. Beatrix-sama. Oh, I thought she did that on purpose. I thought she was like, I don't give a fuck about this. That whole shit about the scorpion magic circle rejecting witches, that was just all a bunch of bullshit. What is this? A ward against magic. I don't know what it is about this facial expression, but it looks really good on her. I think it's because she's always so confident. Like, seeing this side of her, or this sort of face in her, is actually really cute. Is that person unable to get by without relying on something like this? I've heard that this door would cause you great pain, Beatrix-sama. Shall I open it? No, it is fine. If he wins, I'll be a bird in a cage for all eternity. Wait a minute. Wait. This bird in a cage sounds really familiar. Okay, I was wondering, like, wait, this birdcage metaphor sounds really, really familiar. How could I possibly forget that it was him crashing out? Beatrice! Why? Why won't you smile back at me? Beatrice! God, I'm so glad I saved this. I'm so glad I specifically saved this. I'm so happy. Will never not be funny, man. Will never not be funny to me. If he wins, I'll be a bird in a cage for all eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left. The life of a pitiful magician who went mad with love and lost everything. Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. All that's left is for the roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its result, there's no need for me and Kinzo to meet again. The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned. Or perhaps that is why he has this ward here in the first place. Yes. Perhaps even that is honorable in its own way. By now, everything sits on top of Kinzo's game board. I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. Allow me to enjoy the failure of the final gamble. Of the old magician who fell in love with me and threw away his entire life. Oh, okay, so she was his mistress, or something like that. Okay. One o'clock. Who is it? Excuse me. I have brought lunch. Enter. Oh, Cannon! Oh my god, Cannon has to serve her. He must fucking hate this so much. After receiving approval, Cannon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the Witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. That's why at some point, the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that portrait. He's fucking mauled and he's seething right now. He's so angry about this. He's fucking gritting his teeth and I was like, and today Canon realized that this was absolutely true. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings? Canon was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him. I will prepare the meal, Beatrice-sama. Canon went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who'd tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Canon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around. It smells good. It appears Kraus hired a good cook. Yes. He was called Goda and was employed here recently. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Delicious food completes the 3 pillars of pleasure for living in the human world. It's the secrets preventing boredom after 1,000 years. Canon and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt. Certainly. This was clearly the witch from that day. Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past, finally held a form and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall. Beatrice. Sama. It has been a long time, Mr. Cannon the Furniture. Oh my god, I love her laugh! It has been quite some time. Cannon tried to... oh yeah, he is 1,000% gritting his teeth right now. He's grinding. I can see the dust of his teeth falling out from how hard he's grinding his teeth. Cannon tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being. But the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference. You appear to be uneasy about what I plan to do now that I've appeared. Vein popping is like... He's gonna start tweaking, dude. Oops. Now that I've appeared, am I right? Cannon didn't force an answer. This witch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Cannon's childish defiance. I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo. And I need to fulfill my stomach with some snacks. BRB. Oh yeah, check it out, man. Look. Look at that. Whoa, whoa, pretty cool. Let me see. What do I want? I choose you. Okay, we're back. Wow. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm cold. I'm still cold, actually. Where's my blanket? Oh, there we go. That's better. Oh gosh, that's so much better. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. Put my glasses down. These things are a little smudged. Okay, that's better. Okay. I came to fulfill my promise with Kinzo. Your final promise with the master? I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. Okay, I had to make sure that that sound of rain wasn't just like coming from me or coming from outside. Because it is also a bit just as cloudy and it is raining a bit hard right now. I came to accept that interest tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever this witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good. There's no mistake. Whenever witches have something to say, it's never anything good. You are correct. However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they are used. Sometimes there are things like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits. However, most who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales. But Kinzo is crafty. He has incorporated even my collection of the interest into his ceremony. Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me? Or is he a mere fool possessed by madness? Amusing. Truly amusing. Cannon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to surface. What? Did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love. And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Just fucking crazy ass face every goddamn time is so fucking funny. Could it be that you... Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. His mouth is like a rectangle. It's more like a... It looks like a cup. It's like one of those cups. It's like... No, it looks exactly like one of those roundish cups. Or vaguely round cups. You could pour water straight into that mouth and fit perfectly. You know, it's like one of those semi-fancy glasses you would get at like a restaurant or something. It looks like one of those. The witch began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing. Could it be the witch's epitaph? There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph. Canon, since your furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. Rejoice. Rejoice, young man! Oh my god, Kotomine Kirie, is that you? Rejoice. The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived. No, I want to be furniture, no! I believe you've wanted that for a long time. The furniture which finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day, must be nothing but agony. To those with souls, this world is worth clinging to. But those without souls find this world to be full of nothing but suffering. Complicated expressions flitted across Canon's face. This was the day of release that Canon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and for some reason he didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of his long-awaited day of rest. Canon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling. Why do you not rejoice? Could you actually have some regrets left in the real world? As mere furniture? I have no regrets. Because I am furniture. You truly are a model specimen of furniture. How nice, how nice. However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all. Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure? That is correct. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be oh so very entertaining. Oh, she's fucked. You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard. So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking. Perhaps this is something that mere furniture cannot understand. Canon couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Oh yeah, it is raining really hard right now. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. The furniture like that, the witch who had come to release them from everything, was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Canon should have been waiting impatiently for had come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it so easily. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Uh-oh, you have regrets, you have two regrets. Uh-oh. Canon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that. Even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship. Why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? 'Cause you like her. 'Cause you like her. He felt a little shameful at his own naivete. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will return to nothingness. But Shannon has George. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream she isn't allowed to have. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting. Nothing more. This day that Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for will probably be a harsh burden for her, giving her emotions that she must never experience. I thank you for granting me, for granting us furniture the day of our release. And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept. I wanted to make you suffer from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. However, you continued to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me. And yet it seems you loved Shannon a little too dearly, right? Shannon's regrets are now your regrets. will those feelings transform into hatred for me? If you wish to kill me, give it a try. As Kinzo's furniture, you should have at least that much power, right? However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity. Could you bear to live with that? Are you truly capable of resisting when I try to release you? Neil? Oh. Me as fuck. What? What? Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise, I'll leave this place. No, no, why would I do that? Why would I ever kneel and kiss your shoes? Why would I do that? No, why would I ever do that? No, 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 don't make me do that. No, no. No, Beatrice, no, I don't wanna. No. No, you can't make me. I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Canon, do you think you could bear to live like that? If the door to the Golden Lands opened, your hard life as furniture will end. If you desire, I can even give you life as a human. After that, you'll be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to experience the taste of love. There's no point trying to hide it. After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous. You were sorely tempted to know the taste of love. Wait, did he just collapse to the ground? Or is he just like punching the table or something? Stop it. Stop it! Are you trying to ensnare me again? I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement! Oh. Then I'll be satisfied with Shannon alone. After all, you aren't the only one who was implanted with a seed. Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit after all. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using that epitaph as a threat against Canon. Do you not understand? For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed at the second twilight, 2 who are close must be offered as sacrifices. It could be any 2 who are close. A husband and wife, or even a pair of lovers.
誰を選ぶかは
According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim.
今のシャノンならこれほどふさわしい
Don't you think there could be no more fitting sacrifice for the second Twilight than Shannon as she is now? Oh, you are twisted. You dirty! Canon realized something. Until today, he'd thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that was not true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Canon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Canon, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. No, whom she had taught the taste of love, as she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate for no reason other than it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her instead. After all, it was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. Damn it. What'll you do, Canon? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice, see? You're evil! You're evil, evil! Evil! I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday. You're fucking twisted! You're twisted! Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right. She'd predicted Canon's submission even before he'd made that decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face and laughed with a voice filled to bursting. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. Canon's lucky I wasn't there, otherwise I'd be shoving him to the side and fighting him for that position. What? Who said that? Who the fuck said that? What? What? Who said that? When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently an iPad kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. She would love fucking Flappy Bird and Angry Birds, dude. She would love that shit. Instead of like, if she was born like year Y2K, I don't know, a little further than year Y2K. Maybe like if she was born like 2005, she definitely would have grown up. She definitely would have grown up with fucking Flappy Bird. No, 2005 is way too late. Year 2000, year Y2K. Y2K, she'd definitely be on that shit. She would love Flappy Bird. She'd love Angry Birds. I don't know what else she would like, actually. I only know like those two kids games. At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria. But he'd gotten up early that morning and was actually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Someone put her on Bluey? The hell's Bluey? I'm Googling that. Let me see. Bluey. Oh, this! This, okay. A lot of people like this show, don't they? It's a kid's show. It's actually really good. I can't even lie. I'm sure it's good, just I don't think I'm keen on it myself. I'm trying to think of like a kid's show that I got into when I was like older that I actually really genuinely liked. And I was not like ashamed of watching. Kid shows. Trying to think. I don't think there was anything I liked in like my early 20s or something like that. No, I was just watching anime. Yeah, I can't think of shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a big yawn. Did you get up really early this morning? Well, something like that. Now that all the tension's gone, I've started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain. I think for me it was Pokemon. To be fair, I think Pokemon is something for everybody still. I think that's absolutely for all ages. He was flicker gooning for 7... Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I was just gooning for 8 hours straight. How did he flicker goon for 7 hours and then also manage to sleep? Wait, hold on. Battler's on some shit. Tension? You call freaking out like that tension? At least it is for me. It really is what they what they say about yawns really is true. It is really contagious. Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. He just collapsed. He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom. But when they realized he was just really sleepy, they decided to let him be. Oh yeah. My. They say that if you lie down right after eating, you'll become a mackerel. Their fucking laugh I can't tell if that's like a recorded soundbite or if that's like her doing a laugh in earnest every single time, and it's just like very slightly different each time. Stop kidding around. Koda-san said we'd be having calf steak tonight. Then make it mackerel steak. Kumasawa-san, he looks pretty tired. Could you get him a blanket, please? Here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little bit chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle. You really were sleepy. When would you like to wake up? I'll wake you. Can't say I've got any particular requests. You can wake me up if you need something from me. And if you don't, just let me sleep forever. Night. Okay, is Battler like a honk shoe? No, he's totally a honk shoe guy. Battler would totally be a honk shoe guy. And I don't think he would turn into a honk me guy. Like, okay, he would only turn into a honk me guy if he has like that whole pajama outfit on with like the little hat and matching pajamas. And whenever he gets up, like woken up by like a Beatrice in the night, he has to carry like the little candle thing to light the hallway. That's the only time he ever like goes. Any other time like this though? Anytime like this though, when he's just like snoozing in some regular clothes on the couch, passed out on the chair or something, there's this little snot bubble. It goes up and down, or rather gets big and small. And then if he pops it, what do you need?
Huh? Battler's sleeping. Nap. Nap. Okay, I want a nap too.
Hey, Maria, Battler's sleepy. You gotta leave him alone. Kumasawa, could you give us another blanket? It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and just wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV. Just when we'd finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years. This guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? I can still hear you. We took it easy eating lunch, and there's even a typhoon in rain outside now. I mean, since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet. I wonder about that. If you have a passive attitude like that and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right? Apple's crazy. She's like that picture of like those two cats. And it's like, these guys have no idea they're begging for my antacids. Or like, these dogs want like boiling water. That's Maria. No, that's not what I mean. How should I put it? At times like this, I like to think about it this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. So the best thing to do is stay on the wings of the stage. You're always the main character of your own life though, right? How are you acting like you're in a supporting role? You've got to move forward by yourself and get up on the stage. That's not what I mean. I'm just trying to say it's not my turn yet. Sorry, I'm asleep. My mind's a mess. Give me a break. Munya, 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 munya. That's how he sleeps. Munya, 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 munya. Munya, 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 munya.
確かに
No kidding.
なんだか尻滅裂なこ
You're
と
so sleepy, you're spouting nonsense. Oh, that's just the yawn you built in, or not built in. That's his yawn he's combining with, blah, 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 blah.
もうそっとしてあげようよ
Let's leave him be for now.
私は聞き捨てならねえぜ。
Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that.
自分の人生はいつだ
You're
って
always
自
the
分
main
の主人
character in your
公
own
ちょっと
life.
そのあたり本格的に
I've got serious
分かって
issues with what
きた
Battler is saying. Okay, debate him after his little nap time. After his little 6-hour sleep.
深く考えちゃダメさ
He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously.
なんかさ、
It's just that lack of guts.
自分は主役になれないから舞台
You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character.
なぜだか
Something about it just pisses me off. You're pissing me off! With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget.
まだ君の出番じゃなかったってことなのか
So it just wasn't your turn yet? Is that it?
じゃあ
Then just when will you get up on the stage? In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage? Beatrice. Kinzo. Whoa. Whoop, 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 whoop.
もうやりたい放題じゃねえかよ
I wonder what's like going on narratively. So why are we back here with them? Dang. It's like you think you can do whatever you want.
なんだこりゃ
What the hell is all this?
めちゃく
It's all screwed up!
そなたがわらわを否定する
I was merely amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there were 18 or 19 people.
A little thingy.
差し手を変えてみたまでよ
I just tried changing my opening move. No more.
そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は
Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that I wasn't laid out as a piece on the game board.
ならばこうしてクイーン
So all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen like this. Are we re-establishing the story from the very beginning again then? Because of episode 1... Okay, so what I'm getting from this is they're sort of retelling the story from square one again with minor differences. Okay, so then Beatrice is actually showing herself out in the open this time. Okay. Okay, I think I get it.
初手にてクイーンに道を開ける
Isn't opening the road for the queen on your first turn one of the classic moves in chess? Quit playing around! There's no way I can accept something like this, right?
魔女が歩いて玄関からやってきただと
Oh, which came in walking right through the entrance hall, you say?
ふざけるじゃね
Don't mess with me!
なんだな
What's this?
前回のゲームでは
In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct?
こたびはわらわがそなたの
This
手に合
time,
わせて
all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves.
焦点にてもう降参か
Are you already giving up right at the start? Come on, Battler! Right after that awesome speech where you said you were gonna torture each other and now you're already throwing a fit. I fucking love this guy. He's so fucking funny. You bastard!
ふざけるな
Don't mess with me!
誰が降参なんか
Like hell I'd give in!
上等な差し手
Great move. Go ahead and just move however you like.
なるほどな
Okay.
まだお前の
So your turn's far from over, is it?
好きに手を進めりゃいい
Move however you want.
今のうちに十分な陣形を
From a huge battle formation while you still can.
俺は必ず死ぬ
I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best as you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right. Just now it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket and switched them with that little show, making it only look like it fixed it with magic. Is the entire basis of his arguments just like, you actually had this, and it wasn't magic? Is his entire argument for everything just, not magic, you had this? Oh my god, I fucking love this guy. Oh my god. Oh, I feel like if you were Beatrice right now, this is the equivalent of trying to argue with a flat earther or someone who genuinely believes in aliens. Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. It's useless. It's all useless. Oh. Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, correct? Who cares about that? That it was hallucination or a trick, or maybe she just saw it wrong. That's not a big problem. So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial. I see. Is that your move in response to mine? You've dug your own grave? Uh-oh. You've dug your own grave. Ushiromi, battler. It still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to make my move for just a little longer. It's barely begun. The turn of the witch. Oh, okay. Wait, now I get it. So this whole introduction period is them just playing a game of chess right now. Quote unquote chess, obviously. Very vague interpretation of chess. When they started hearing battlers' snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting battlers sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain. Aik! Nope, I haven't met a person like that even once. Monarchy? I haven't met them. Kirie-san, is that true? Even I only greeted her briefly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a bit over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. So over 20? Okay, no, it's definitely the outfit. Yeah, with this outfit, for sure, I'd say she looks like a bit over 20. But if she's wearing that like fancy dress, I'd say she's probably within the realm of like mid to late 20s up to like maybe early 30s. But also, the game's really anime, so it could be any fucking age range, really. She was being guided by Genji-san, and I saw her go up to the second floor. So it'd probably be faster to find Genji-san and ask him directly. Still, what a strange turn. Agreed. I'm glad I'm not alone in my delusions. The mystery woman had spoken to Kirie. Without naming herself, she'd sneered that Kirie should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That did bring someone to mind. And then there was her look-alike, the witch in the portrait. Oh, there it is again. I don't know what the idea was with the outfit change. Was this person trying to say she was a witch of the portrait herself? I realized she was probably laughing at me for that reason. Even though it was our first time meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife. Anike, you really don't know anyone like that? You talk too much. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The problem is what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice. If she starts calling herself the manager of father's assets. Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand that she get a share of the inheritance. Either way, we had one heck of a joker slipped into the deck. Did Nissan bring her here? Or did father? This is bad. We thought we could manage something if we could corner Aniki in our talks. But this takes us back to square one. I don't know what kind of schemes you've been making when I'm not around here. But it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter strategy. Wow, my nose. Yeah, better to have some time to prepare than to have that blonde-haired Nathan suddenly appear at the dinner table and scare the shit out of us. Until we know why she's appeared, there's a limit to the kinds of counters we can make. What could she be after? Isn't it obvious? She's gonna claim that she's the rightful heir to father's inheritance. Father is so captivated by Beatrice. If he had a daughter with her, you can bet that he'd want to leave all his fortune to her. She might even throw some strange will in front of us. If we take it to court, we could probably claim a quarter of a half of it. But it'll probably be impossible to divvy out the inheritance until that's settled. We can't have that. I can't, and neither can you, Rudolph. And the same goes for Rosa, right? Speaking of which, what happened to Rosa? Is she good, or what happened after she got the letter? What's going on? Each one of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons. It's our biggest weak point. So, what are they after? Kyrie, you guess? This is all news to me, but it sounds like we're starting from the premise that we've got an urgent need to collect money, right? Kyrie-san, in a business, or in a man's business, you sometimes need funding when you're on the offensive. Please understand that. What's this, Rudolph? You didn't tell your fucking own wife? Oh my god. You're so useless, bro. Sorry, I wasn't really hiding it. Yes, you were. Actually, it was kinda... It's alright. If this was something you decided you didn't need to tell me about, I won't press you about it right now. What's important is finding out what this Golden Witch is after, right? Yeah. Now that you know what we know, can you see how the enemy might come at us? It's time to spin the board. Is it time to spin the board? Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kirie's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling, but every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd have a great deal of thought to Kirie's advice. For a while, Kirie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering. Judging by the fact that her arrival was kept hidden until today, she must be planning to catch us by surprise in some way. We can't tell for sure whether she's after assets or being recognized as a relative. However, her coming was kept secret until today, which probably means she didn't want us to take any measures against her. Something we might have done if we'd known beforehand. So her goal is probably something that could be hindered if we were to take measures against her. Understand? So she had a will that father had already written. There's something that could prove that she's a blood relative. If she had some unshakable, rock-solid proof like that, you'd think that she'd announce it beforehand. That's right. On the contrary, since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have brought a lawyer, or an expert, and thrust some completely undeniable proof before us. If she could. So the mere fact that she's launching a surprise attack shows that our foe can't win with a frontal assault. Makes sense. If a trump card can win no matter what, it's best to play it out in the open. And play it in a roundabout way might end up weakening its impact. Skipping to the conclusion, we can probably expect to be faced with some huge surprise. Something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that's on everyone's minds. Wawa. Our opponent probably plans to overawe us simply by the impact of this shock. However, no matter how great the impact might be, it cannot be absolute. In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this. Damn, you guys are so serious about this fucking inheritance shit. Damn. You've really got brains. Even understanding just this much is really reassuring. In other words, you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace. In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what our opponent brings up, we should deal with it calmly without rushing things. This Ushiromiya gold, Kinzo's gold is serious. This is serious. This is just the very first step in the art of negotiation. You really can't say you predicted your opponent's thoughts with just this. Come on. Just like usual, that was pretty good. Now that we got a little leeway to attack, it helps us relax a bit. What we don't know is how she's connected to Krasny-san. This shit is so funny. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna start sacrificing all of you. All of this planning about, the gold and shit. 6 of you are gonna die tonight, by the way. 6 of you are gonna die. In the grand scheme of things, this shit's pretty funny. Will it be a surprise for Krasny-san too? Or was he actually the one who called her here in the first place? If it's the latter, that might things very troublesome. That's right. Secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference. It would be in terrible taste, but it does feel like something Nissan would do. Whoops, god damn it. Aniki, let's do this. As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't accept her position in any way. That'd be for the best. Already, she's refused to introduce herself to Kirie-san. We can't let our confidence be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman. She might even show us proof that she's a blood relative. If she can prove father's blood runs through her veins like with a maternity record document, there's nothing we can do. It's always possible to suspect that physical evidence has been faked. And even if it's real, in order to prove that the person in the documents is the person we'd see, we need to check their condition at a hospital. At the very least, it'd be impossible to prove that now on Rokkenjima. You're right. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rokkenjima, it can't be accepted as true. We can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place. Spotting all kinds of holes and stuff like this is Anaki's specialty. I'll be counting on you. Okay, so let's review. Okay. Physical evidence, so they want to disprove that she's not related or blood related. And even if she does have this stuff, they'd have to be at Nijima, I believe it was called. Or go to Nijima. Spouting stuff like this, blah 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 blah. Are you joking? It'll be helping too. We need the money. We need it quickly and a large sum. Our fates are all tied together in this. As if we just stand by and let some suddenly appearing mystery woman destroy the inheritance we're after. Rudolph and Ava always formed a united front as siblings at times like this. Over your dying father's inheritance. You two only bond then. You're all awful people all around. Oh my gosh. Sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kirie noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. I married into this family? These guys are freaks. They're weirdos. They're sickos. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was gray. I think I lost all my friends. Excuse me. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Ava said a second ago kept repeating in Kirie's head. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rokkenjima, it can't be accepted as the truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. No matter what's shown to us now on Rokkenjima, can't be accepted as the truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. At the moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions or a hospital. So on this island, no matter what matter of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. Oh, what if they're hinting that? Oh, what if they're hinting at the possible like a Beatrice thing? Oh. Everything she says is a lie because it's outside of Rokkenjima. Oh. It'd be impossible to prove that something's the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all the truths whose proof lay in the outside world would be called lies. Oh, I guess that would go for us too then, I suppose. So does that mean that right now on this Rokkenjima, no truth exists at all? Does it mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. That was a lie! I really want like an edit of like fucking Kokichi Oma just like outside the windowsill somewhere. Kirie remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. On this island, which has been cut off from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kirie couldn't think of the smile that had appeared on that woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling my chessboard thinking's missed a vital premise. One that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes. That smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I've based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. You're just asking one of the servants, mayhaps? I'm sure Canon would happily tell you guys. Oh, uh-oh.
マリア、
Here we go.
今日のお昼にお外で
Maria, around lunchtime today, we met her outside, right?
女の人にあ
A
れは
woman. Who was she?
I said it over and over, Beatrice.
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
You know it's bad when, like, I get nervous whenever Rosa appears on screen. You know it's bad when she appears on screen and then Maria also fades in and it's just like, oh god, what's gonna happen? If that was their intent, good job. Maria, did you ever meet Beatrice before that? What? I've met her every year.
毎年
Every year?
このロッケン島のお屋
In
敷
this mansion on Rokenjima.
うーじゃわからないでしょ。
I don't know what "who" means. Is it true? Yes.
いつから会ってるの？
How long have you been meeting her?
何年前から？
How many years ago did it start? I don't know.
わからない？
She's fucking 9. Her reference of time is like fucked.
どうして？
What do you mean? Was it
お
last
とと
year?
し？
2 years ago?
Longer than that. Ooh.
Rosa was astonished. Only the Ushiromiya family mansion existed on this island. So there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet Maria said she'd been meeting with a suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. Is Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it? Yeah. Because you can't see it. Without it, it cannot be seen. Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself on a couple of hours ago in the rose garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the rose garden as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared? Well, yes, yeah.
マリア、
Rosa goes to Rokenjima to... Hello? She was close to getting fucking arrested. I wish she was arrested.
あなたは
When she was on the
毎
train
年彼女
station.
と会ってると言
Or
った
on the
ね。
train, too. Maria, you said you've met with her every year.
会って何をしてるの？
What do you two do when you meet?
sing songs, I learn magic. And I learn how to draw magic circles.
Really? That's incredible. Maria, you often draw scribbles. I mean, magic circles in your notebook, right? Did she teach you those too?
Wow! You know what? Beatrice drew examples that teach me. Come on, look, look, look!
Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to that one page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things, and while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy.
Look here! Beatrice drew this one. What?
We've seen these. We've seen these all. We've seen these all. Me opening up episode 2 and this shit is playing. I've played these games before! I've played them before! I've played these games! Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it. But it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had no choice but to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rokenjima that she herself hadn't known existed until now. And this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria. Maria, does the witch Beatrice live here? Or does she live outside the island like us?
What? Beatrice is the witch of Rokenjima. She lives on this island.
So, you're saying she's on the island even on days when it isn't the conference, right?
What?
Here we fucking go again. I don't know what "oo" means, yes or no?
Yes.
Whoa, 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 what in the... I can't believe it, I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion in the Rose Garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right? Mama, what's wrong? Mama! My head hurts. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, and like Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my fear from those days has been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? Smiling widely. Yeah, sure. That's right. The witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled that Western envelope out of her pocket. It was one of the envelopes that bore the family crest, which Kinzo used for his letters. And its red sealing wax had even been sealed by the head's ring which Kinzo held. Which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it? And why did she give it to me? That's right. She said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Don't! Rosa's crashing out. She's losing it. She's going fucking nuts. She's going more... like, what's a step above going crazy and crashing out? Like, what's another step above that? Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance. Actually, since she'd received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean that this person wants not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? Going full Kinzo. Also, I bet Ritzlow. Going full Kinzo is nuts. I need a large sum of money and I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing father's inheritance while he's still alive. But this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. I've even colluded with Rudolf Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself first? Uh-oh. Wait, that's such a nice touch that the UI also becomes black and white. That's cool. Or at least the little menu buttons, I mean. The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered. But if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? What if that's what she wants you to do and there's like a fucking curse? Curse of Scarab! No, girl, Rosa, do not read that shit. There is a fucking curse on that. I know there is. There is a magic circle on that seal. Or there's a magic circle and there's gonna be a seal and you're gonna get a fucking curse, girl. Do not. It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that mean breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Eva-san and Rudolf-san too. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. Maria's gonna like grab her hand and be like and like do a demonic face or some shit when I go to put my hand to the red sealing wax. Something suddenly pulled my sleeve and I let out a small scream. What? Maria? Don't scare me like that. I think she should deserved. Wait, you're right. I totally forgot that she's a piece of shit mother. Wait, open it. Go. Open. You mustn't. Huh? In Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she'd felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine. Beatrice told Mama to read that letter during dinner. You mustn't break a promise with a witch. That's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. After all, I always tell you to keep your promises. course I keep my promises. Shut up.
Yes! Mama's a good girl. Ay, ay, ay.
その笑い方可愛くないからやめなさい
That laugh is fucking weird, so stop it. Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside? I haven't opened it. Beatrice said I shouldn't open it until the time to open it comes. So I'm taking good care of it. Ooh. I see. Your child has more self-control than fucking you do.
マリオベアトリーチェの言うことはちゃんと聞
You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria?
I'm the Beatrice's disciple, so I listen to what my teacher says.
I see. Is she realizing Beatrice is a better mother than her? Rosa realized something. Mixing with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it. Because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch.
ママは約束を守るわ
Oh, okay, never mind. I guess not. She's thinking it though. Maybe. I'll keep my promise.
安心するよ
So tell Beatrice not to worry, okay?
I'll tell her.
ねえマリアベアトリーチェとお話をしたいんだけどどうする
Maria, if I wanted to speak to Beatrice, how could I meet her?
I don't know. Beatrice is really fickle, so she always appears so suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me. But you know, she's always watching me. So if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come in. Oh shit, I'm so sorry.
Oh, why did I talk like that? Sorry. Sorry, I meant sorry. I went to scratch my cheek. I totally elbowed my mic. Sorry. You guys okay? Sorry. So if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come and save me afterwards. Sorry. She's definitely erased her form and is hiding close to me. Didn't I tell you to stop laughing like that? Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. It put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes, a color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. She swore that at least until they left this island, she wouldn't leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. Umineko! Is it dinner time yet? Dinner, dinner, dinner. Get her ass! Beat her ass!
マリア、戻ってこねえな。
Maria still hasn't come back.
またローザおばさんに叱られた
I
の
wonder
か
if
な
she's getting scolded by Aunt Rosa again. Ever since they met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around, chatting about Halloween the whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much, acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat and during lunch, because Rosa had cautioned her several times. At times like that, Aunt Rosa tended to not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her a little. Oh, quote-unquote scold. Okay. Okay. So since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd been getting scolded all this time. It was time for some anime she watched every week to start. She probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor. She's in the reception hall right now, I believe.
バトラ様がお目覚めになって
Okay, I'll be right back again. I'm gonna use the restroom and eat another banana. La 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 la. La 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 la. You guys should probably stretch and get something to eat if you need to as well. Smile. Oh, I don't know if it's because of the rain, but I'm so tired. Maybe it's because I haven't been eating anything, like, I don't want to say or anything healthy, but I haven't been eating anything heavy. Well, not heavy, but healthy, for that matter, too. I had, like, pizza this morning, and that was, like, the most food I had. After that, I had a banana, cup of coffee, well, can of coffee, I should say. Speaking of which, speaking of coffee, I bought, like, a whole case. Now, when I say case, you're probably thinking, oh, like, 12 cans or, like, 6 cans? I mean a literal case, like the box they ship it in. I asked, like, hey, would you guys be willing to sell me one of that? And they were like, okay, yeah, sure, let me check the back. Because they had, like, a little sign advertising, hey, are you interested in a case of this? Ask an employee. So I asked, and they're like, yeah, sure, we can sell you one. Unfortunately, there was no batch discount, but I didn't really care. It was like, no, it was like 36, 37 bucks after tax. It was my little treat for myself. After making up my mind on quitting my job, I'm like, okay, I'll buy this for myself. It is a UCC milk coffee. It's really sweet, really strong sweetness. Not much coffee flavor. Well, I was essentially not much. The coffee flavor is pretty subtle, I should say that. But it wasn't bad for like $40-ish. In fact, let me search up if I got it for cheap or not. I did get it for cheap. Yeah, I did. Wait. Normally it's $52. It's $52 for 24. Not bad. I saved myself like 10 bucks just about. 10 bucks and then some. Yeah. Oh, Genshin Nomaste. I've been trying so hard to progress the story, but I'm just so... Dude, I don't... It's not like that I hate Natlan, but it's just not interesting. The story just is not interesting. It's so nothing burger for me right now. It's a whole lot of nothing. Like, I want to like it, but like... One, how do you follow up on, like, the fucking climax of Fontaine? Two, I don't gav. Also, three, this is like a personal peeve of mine. But how do you build up a fucking Capitano? It's like, oh, he's the strongest being fucking ever. He's the strongest being in the entire continent of Teyvat. And then, like, his first fight is he arguably loses and then fucks off after getting, like, not necessarily his ass beat, but, like, sort of after getting his ass beat. He just fucks off. I'm like, dude, I was so hyped for you. I was your yes man. And you give me this as a performance? What's going on here? Sad times. Anyways, let me take a bite of this protein bar. Good old chocolate peanut butter never fails. Truly, is there a filler patch? Yeah. It's really sad though. It's really sad. Hopefully, in another patch or two, things pick up or something. Ah, so good. Oh, that was such a weak ass burp. Don't count that. Okay.
Can I have a crumb, please? Can we have some?
No! No! It's mine! It's my protein bar! It's mine! Beatrice gave it to me! Oh, Beatrice! Why? Why did you only give me a couple of protein bars? Oh. Beatrice! They just stop. Maybe battle or some. Okay, but hold on. Let's backpedal a bit. What's going on here? Oh, right. It cut to them. Right. It was Maria. It was Maria and Rosa, and then it went over to them after some time passed. Why don't you give us a Shut up. Maybe Battler-sama woke up and they've been playing together. After all, Maria-chan thinks of Battler-kun as a new friend. She must have had a lot of fun when she played Halloween with Battler-kun at the airport. Battler looked like he was having a lot of fun himself. Maybe he's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit. He still has whimsy. Wait, no, that's not true. How can you claim to have whimsy, but then not believe in magic? That's true. I get the feeling Battler-sama was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years ago. Shannon, do you remember what he was like then? Yes. Well, he was very energetic. I also remember the four of us playing together 6 years ago. Shannon acted a lot like a big sister back then. That's right. I get the feeling she was even more dependable than she is now. Than she is then. I get the feeling she was even more dependable then than she is now. Back then, I didn't really understand my place, so I did quite a few rude things. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of like Freaky George again. I just thought of fucking Freaky George again. Don't worry about understanding your place in that sense. When you're on the job is one thing, but when you're taking your break and with us like now, I'd rather you stay and be friendly, just like the old days. You guys remember Freaky George? Your little ring finger belongs to me. And you're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to. And your little left ring finger belongs to me, Shannon. And you're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to. Ew. That's right. There's nothing wrong with acting differently depending on whether you're the servant Shannon or off-duty Sayo. You aren't a slave, you're just working as a servant, right? I think of you, Shannon... no, Sayo, as my oldest friend. Thank you very much, milady. It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Cannon's history from both of them. Apparently, George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening rainy sky. Cannon may still be childish in some ways, but I think he's starting to grow a bit in his own way of thinking. Oh no, why'd you have to bring that up? Well, come on, quit it already. Well,
I guess I let myself get swept away by the mood once or twice. I still like him. Still like him. You know, after watching you two, I might have gotten a bit jealous, feeling like I was getting left behind. But forget about me. More importantly, how's it going between you two? Looks like it's going pretty good, huh? I wonder.
Yes, it's going very well. Shannon was lost for words, her face red while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly it'd make anyone envious. I can't believe the last time we saw Cannon was when he was kissing Beatrice's fucking shoes. I hope he's okay.
Dang, I'm jealous. So, does that mean Shannon's gonna resign and have a party soon? I wonder.
Oh, there's a good question. I wonder what she'll say. George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. He's still recovering from that. He's fucking tweaking. This is him after he did that. After his fucking lips touched like even a molecule of her shoe. This was him immediately. He keeled over and started tweaking. George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough. Really? Right in front of my salad? Right in front of Jessica? I have a dream. I don't just mean some ambition to become the leader of my own domain in business. I also dream of building a happy family together with a partner I can spend my life with. Did you have to like say this out loud in front of Jessica? Why are you announcing to her that like you want to like, you know? I didn't want to know that. I didn't want to know that, freak. He's saying this in his freaky voice. Shannon, I want 2 kids. And that's just the bare minimum. If I feel particularly extra freaky, who knows? I want 2 kids at the very least. It'd be nice to be able to do some sports as a whole family. And many more things besides that. Okay, you really don't have to say that. You often talk with Shannon about that kind of thing. Though every time I do, she always laughs and says I'm getting ahead of myself. For some reason, even at the age I am now, I find myself thinking about what it'd be like to live peacefully in my old age. With healthy, grown-up kids and grandchildren running around all over the place. If only I could spend the rest of my life at a slow pace surrounded by that, together with Shannon forever. Yeah, you're definitely getting ahead of yourself. But how should I say it? It sounds like you, George Nissan. Being surrounded by a family like that would probably be so wonderful. The ideal family I've painted in my mind is something like that. To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's future to. Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys, but Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what are you gonna do about oh yeah, Aunt Ava was like, yeah, she'll never, or he'll never marry into someone like you. You're poor and a servant, and I'm gonna find my kid the most sexiest, awesomest girl ever. And then the temptations with Beatrice started. Wouldn't it be pretty tough to win her over? George doesn't give a fuck. There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that. No one but me gets any say in who I choose to be my partner. I will bring Shannon happiness. Whose permission do I need for that? Okay, that's a pretty good line. That's a pretty good line, George. Whoa! Even Jessica agrees. George Nissan, that was so cool. I can't believe you can say stuff that embarrassing out loud. I don't remember you ever being that kind of character in the past. As they say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely. What does that mean? What? What does that mean? As they say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely. I grow as much as anyone. I intend to study more and more and grow to be the man Shannon deserves. The one who can bring up... He made this line up. He made this up. He totally made that up. If you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely. I see something from Haikyuu from 6 years ago. that has this exact thing. If you haven't seen a boy for 3 days, watch him closely, I think. Huh. Cool. Somehow it all circles back to Haikyuu. From a thread from 3 years ago. Or if I'm so hard, he just started making shit up. Maybe it's like a Japanese only saying. I say as I play a Japanese visual novel. God, I'm stupid. Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red and he scratched his head. George-san. It's okay. I'm sure Mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me. You'll see. I'll make all the relatives accept you as my partner. Beatrice turning to the camera right now. She just smirked as she's like listening in on this conversation. She's smiling so happily and widely right now. She's doing this. She's fucking doing this. She heard that line just now. It's like, awesome. I'm jealous of you, Shannon. Seriously. I'm very grateful that you're willing to go so far. Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel like a third wheel here. Maybe I'd better leave, huh? As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. She'd spent too much time on her break. I'm sorry, I forgot it was time for work. If you'll excuse me. At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room. Shannon! At the usual time, at the usual place. Yes. Excuse me. Hello, it's Jessica. Oh, Genji-san. Yeah, Shannon's going back to you guys now. We held her up, so please don't scold her. Yeah, yes.
そっか。
I
もう
see.
じき夕飯の準
So
備の
it's,
時間なんだ。
so it's almost time for them to get ready for dinner. Dude, come on, where's Battler? Come on, man, where's Battler? I want to see Battler. I want to see him. Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference.
納得できません。
I can't accept it? Why can't I deliver it directly?
ならないのですか。
Goda-san flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course, Goda-san would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he'd put his heart and soul into his cooking. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the gold eagle crest enter his study. Ah. So while Goda-san would be able to greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Goda-san was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs. Excuse me. And he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think that tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. Apparently, this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master, the family head. Goda-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. Too bad! After all, he was an extremely vain person. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then, at least a guest of the same rank, he simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Canon-san had gotten his place. So he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. But Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda-san didn't wear the golden eagle. Rules are rules, dude! Rules are rules. Oops, I didn't read that. After being told once more he wasn't qualified, Goda-san lost his patience. So heartrending, Goda-san. Cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows.
熊沢さん、油を売っている暇があったら食堂の準備をしてきてください。
Kumasawa-san, if you have enough free time to dawdle around, please get the dining hall ready.
テーブルクロスは大丈
Is
夫
the
ですか？
tablecloth set? What are you getting so pissy for, bro? Relax. Oh, my apologies. What? What was that sound effect? What was that comedic ass boing? When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall. Beatrice is of exactly the same rank as the master. All rules regarding her are to be respected just as much as those involving the master. Goda-san, please devote your attention entirely towards your own task and serve all the relatives.
そのようなお客様相手に源氏さんならともかくこんな
I wouldn't mind if it was you, Genji-san, but is it really okay to let a child like this serve such a guest?
もし何かの粗相があったら失
If
礼
she made some blunder, it would be quite embarrassing. Oh,
確か
that's
に
Shannon.
彼らの年季は長いですが叱るべきところで
Oh, I
修
know
行
why.
することが
Well,
あるわけじゃ
we
ない
obviously know why now. Why she's probably asking for Shannon. Or did she yet? No. No, I assume she probably asked for Shannon or Canon, maybe. I know they've served here a long time, but that doesn't mean they've been trained in the proper
正直
areas.
に申し上げて、お
If
客
you'll allow
様
me
に
to
接
speak
する基
freely,
礎
they're
ができて
completely
いないの
lacking
で
in the
す。
fundamentals that might qualify them to interact with such a guest. Shannon just like, Yoda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry to dinner, who ordered to carry dinner to Beatrice's room. Okay. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the golden eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. If the highest ranked Genji went to sit the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to sit the table in Beatrice's room. Yoda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Canon. Dude, why? Shut up, dude. The key is going to select you. Oh no, I'm sorry, not the key. The roulette's going to select you, and none of this will matter in the end. Goda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Cannon's voice from behind her. Cannon, who had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been lit. Was he taught how to aura farm as well? Did he learn a secret technique from Kinzo? Did he learn the Ushinomiya family technique on how to aura farm in secret? He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly. Okay, never mind. He's not aura farming. He tried to, but it's not a genuine aura farm. If you want to aura farm, you have to do things without fear of consequence. I've got to say it. The man's scum. Wait, he didn't even intervene! Minus points! Minus points. Minus aura from not Shannon. From Cannon. But we could learn a lot about the fundamentals of entertaining guests from him. Goda-san's learned so much, so he'd be a great reference. You think with someone happier? He does not give a fuck. This guy is so awful. You will be chosen by the roulette. I'll make sure of it. Humph. Nei-san, you sure are nice. More importantly, is the guest in the VIP room really Beatrice-sama, as they say? Yes. I met her when I was sent to serve her lunch. There's no doubt it's her. Really? Was she doing well? He's whatever. Or she's whatever. Cannon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to establish a relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Cannon already knew. The witch came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door, and even have dinner carried to her. Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Cannon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power? She said something else, too. She said that she'd sown the seeds of love while fully aware that they would fail. She said even more. She definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened. What is the Golden Land? Is it heaven? Hell? What is it? Shannon. She's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony with the master, and you can bet it'll be something too horrible to imagine. And no one will be able to resist. What are you talking about? She came here. She came here as the master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, and so that everything would be returned to the Golden Land. His cup mouth. She definitely said that to me. In the past, the two of them as furniture working for Kinzo had been told what opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question. What does it mean though? I want to know, what about me? And because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Cannon's heart as she looked at that expression with grief. Or as he looked at that expression twisted with grief. Oh, here we go with the fucking rose. Oh, fuck. I cannot listen to this song, to this track without just listening. You'll whisper to me and only to me for all eternity. Trapped in my birdcage, for me and only for me. Oh, why? Why won't you return your smile? How could... Why? Why now? Didn't I tell you? We are furniture. Because you acted like a human because of love. You're incapable of obediently accepting the day our service comes to an end. Once I wished this day would come, but it never came year after year. I didn't know how long we'd be forced to endure suffering as furniture. So I thought that day of rest wouldn't come for all eternity. I thought the same thing. But I believed that it would definitely come someday. So I never forgot that I'm furniture. But Nei-san, you did forget. It's my fault, isn't it? It was I who... You have zero tact. He doesn't care. Yeah, it's your fault, Nei-san, yeah! If only you hadn't experienced love. We'd both be happy that this day has finally come. You built up too many pointless regrets. Even though you knew you'd have to leave this world someday. Will the ceremony begin tonight? Yes. And she said one more thing. Tonight, George-sama will probably give you an engagement ring, Nei-san. That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today. And surely he would hand it over tonight. She brought you two together, planning to use you as the sacrifices of the second twilight. Get it? She tempted you and took advantage of you. I see. Never thought of that. Excuse me. But she told me. She promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring tonight, you won't be chosen as a sacrifice, Nei-san. I think our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim. There will be 13 sacrifices. Only 5 will be left alive. The chances of us being part of that group are tiny. But if you just accept her offer, those chances will rise. I want to take that bet. Our salvation is in the Golden Land. We're gonna reach that place and gain humanity. Then, I want to live life as a human together with you, Nei-san. If we do that, we might be able to find true love. In the past, excuse me, in the past we used to dream about being able to go to the Golden Land. True love, Canon! If we go there, any wish will be granted. We'll be saved from this pain. That's what we believed. However, in the ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Canon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they'd still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant that ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them no matter what happened. I don't like it. Together with you, I want to make up for all the suffering we've endured. I won't become a sacrifice. Nei-san and I will remain alive. And we'll reach the Golden Land together. So I won't let you become the sacrifice of the second twilight. Please, Nei-san. Don't accept that man's ring. If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice. No! Shannon! Don't you want to live? I can't do that. Tonight's ring is very special. My heart won't let me refuse it. Nei-san. The sacrifices of the ceremony are decided on the witch's whims. And that witch has promised to overlook just you, Nei-san. You alone will definitely be able to go to the Golden Land. Only me? What about you, Canon? The witch's game is enough for me. It scared the shit out of me. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm having an emotional moment, oh boy. Okay. I'll slip through her clutches. I am not powerless. I'll tightly grasp that faint chance. After all, our lives are transient, aren't they? In order to begin our real lives, let's drag ourselves to the Golden Land. Then, we'll gain humanity. And when we've done that, maybe I'll be able to experience romance just like you, Nei-san. Maybe I won't have to make someone cry just because I'm furniture. Jessica, no! Canon-kun, I've had enough of being furniture. I'll definitely become human. I'll escape this pain. I'll escape this pain no matter what. There were tears in Canon's eyes. By now, Canon had noticed. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then. had slowly wrought some kind of change on Cannon's heart without him knowing it. Poor guy. Oh shit, my Valorant shop! It's 5 o'clock! I think the night market's supposed to return tonight. I think I saw that this morning when I woke up. Hold on. I know we just had like a very woefully emotional moment. But I need to know what's in my shop, man. I gotta know. Why isn't it launching? Hurry up! Please hurry! The fucking vape in the plug. Please! Please! What's in the shop? What's in the shop? What's in the shop? Come on. What's in the shop? What's in the shop? All right. My store is fucking nothing. Unsurprising. Take a picture of that. All right, what is this shit? What is this? All right, let me show you guys what's up. All right, unboxing, even though it's not really an unboxing. All right. It's Emberclad Phantom. Yeah. Titan Male Ares. This thing is fucking ugly in my opinion. All right. Please! What? Reaver Odin! Why did you give me two Ares skins and 2 Odin skins? Vandal. Nebula. What is this? Why do I have the worst fucking night market fucking ever? Why did I get 2 Odin skins and 2 Ares skins? This is supposed to be a time of take me to the Golden Land! Take me to the Golden Land! Bertonice! Pick me! Let the roulette book me! I don't care anymore! How could this happen to us? How could this happen to us? Shannon, I've been calling to you for some time now. Eve rolls worst night market ever. Asked to be the sacrifice in every single twilight. Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned back, Cannon had disappeared. It seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody. Oh, baby. Yes, I'm sorry for being careless. I entrusted Cannon with lunch, but it should have been you as the next in rank after me who carried it. Beatrice-sama is the most honored guest of this house. There's no more honored guest than her. Please think of her as another master and be polite. Oh, grow up, dude. Fucking grow up, Goda. No, please take extra care you make no blunders, understand? It's very painful for me to entrust this to someone as inexperienced as you. But there's nothing we can do. Fucking piss off. I didn't even read your lines, bro. Goda agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Even Shannon felt that Goda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. She considered this one of her responsibilities as one who had been allowed to wear the gold eagle and had to give up. And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude? Or one of grief? Or else, what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. The person knocking was Kraus. Father, today is our annual family conference. Haven't the siblings gathered here just to get a glimpse of you? Be silent! I said I won't leave! You're there too, aren't you, Genji? Why haven't you had my food brought here as I ordered you to? It's like Squidward. This reminds me of like fucking Squidward, dude. Like, it's at the specific episode where he gets fired from his job, I think. The Krusty Krab. And like he's yelling at SpongeBob for his food. Kinzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus. Your meal's been prepared, so it might be carried to the study. However, Kraus has expressed his wish that you eat downstairs tonight. Father, I'm not asking you to do this every day. Just for this one night, won't you gather together with your family? Who are you calling family? Since when have you considered vultures circling in wait for roadkill to be family? Would you call rotting, oozing maggots family as well? Crouch is just like a single tear falls down his face. That was still a little mean. He doesn't give a fuck. My. Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected. Genji! Carry the meal here as you were told! Why don't you listen to what I say? Why? Why? Genji-san, I leave this in your capable hands. Slips him like $50, and remember to mention Kraus coin to him. My voice will no longer reach that man. Kraus gave his head a small shake, and quickly turned his back on the door to the study. He had only come calling to save face in front of his siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. After Genji watched Kraus disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door. Master, we've finished preparations for a meal to be carried here. Shall we bring some for Dr. Nanjo as well? He's like the most guy besides Hideyoshi to just like exist on the island. It's so fucking funny that he's just here. He's the equivalent of like a different art style crossing over into another game, or like collaborating with another game. It's like when the Danganronpa artist did art for a Fate Grand Order character, or servant, I should say. That's what it feels like. Nanjo could be seen in the study, because Kinzo had forcefully pestered him into finishing their long-lasting chess game. They had been playing against each other since the early evening. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish this game while he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was tired of waiting, had randomly pulled out a book on magic that he couldn't understand and was skimming it. Kinzo-san, you won't think of a good move just by folding your arms and sitting in front of the board. Perhaps we had better take a break and refresh our minds. Be silent! That should be enough to solidify my defense. Will the bishop and the knight be able to penetrate that opening? Oh, spin the board! Oh. Today, Kinzo was focused on maintaining a strong defense. Normally, Kinzo's motto was that offense was the best defense. However, today was completely the opposite. I am also hungry. Shall we suspend the game here? Besides, I've used my head so much without a break that I'm already feeling quite dizzy. At this rate, I might not be able to perform at my best. Now that won't do. In chess, both players must always make their best moves. Any other sort of move is merely a nuisance to consider, ruining a game whose focus is predicting your opponent's thoughts. Sorry, scratching my eye. Such a thing considerably reduces our enjoyment. Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. If the opponent is tired and wants to suspend the game, there's no getting around it. True. The goal of chess is for both players to make the best possible moves and aim for victory. It's an intellectual game where reading your opponent is key. But, Kinzo-san, have you forgotten that there's another goal besides victory? What? What other goal could there possibly be? Oh, why is the sad music playing? To think that you of all people would forget something like that. Let me guess, it's like, the goal is to not lose. How could you forget that other goal? Have fun! Chess is about having fun! To think that you of all people would forget something like that. Chess is a way to pass the time, having fun with a friend. You've got me there. I believe I said those exact words to you long ago. Yes, you've got me there. Kinzo, who almost always wore a frown exclusively, relaxed his face for once and laughed. Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend he hadn't seen in ages. Nanjo Kinzo Yaoi? Perhaps? Bro wrote the game. I'm not gonna say the writing's predictable, but I mean, sometimes like the most obvious thing is the best thing to write. In this case, it felt like the message Umineko would totally tell you. You gotta have fun. That's how it is. Now that I've managed to take a shot back at you, what do you say? Will you go down with me and have dinner? And why don't we discuss Kasparov's middle game along with some coffee? Is he actually gonna get him to go down? No, we were so close. Damn it. An appealing proposition. But I'm afraid I must decline. I can no longer leave this room. After all, the ceremony has already begun. Is that so? Well, my stomach is growling. I will go downstairs. Anytime you feel like it. Nanjo. Thank you. Oh? What could you be thanking me for? We didn't finish our match. However, it seems I've somehow achieved that second goal of chess, which I had forgotten. And it would appear that goal is no less important than achieving checkmate. This isn't like you. Why so sentimental? You said it yourself, did you not? My days in this world are numbered. Now go. And don't come to this room again. Let us continue this match in the Golden Land. So he's implying either he dies or Nanjo dies. Well, no, he's implying that either way, if either of them died, they'll both be selected. That's a nice thought. And in reply to that, he's like, okay, I don't care, but we're gonna have to start over. I really don't want to start over, dude. I was in the winning position here, so... That's fine with me, but we'll have to start over. Losing that rook was a serious blow. Well then, I will see you later. Yes, later. Maybe in the Golden Land, or in Purgatory. Or possibly in the next world. Would the next world be like the next episode or something like that, maybe? If Purgatory is that tea party and the Golden Land is whatever that other thing is. Actually, I don't even know if we know what the Golden Land is quite yet. Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that. And with a motion made smooth by familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the auto-lock. Then, after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study. As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall. If you're ready, Master, I'll now carry in your dinner. It may be my final dinner. I must savor it. Please, prepare it. As you wish. And are your preparations complete as well, Master? Indeed. In the time leading up to this day, this room has been carefully wrapped in a multitude of barriers. Even if a roulette chooses me, I will definitely repel it. I will remain alive and will surely become one of those who reach the Golden Land. I shall repulse the vision of the Reapers trying to drag me off to the land of the dead. Fade to black, and it shows his dead body the next few seconds in. Would be such a fucking funny cut. In this room, I am invincible. Fade to black. Kinto's body's been discovered, like Persona 4 style or some shit. Excuse me. I've come to serve your meal. Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. Golden Freddy's. I would kill to see Kinto posed up as Golden Freddy, please. The young woman by the window, gazing out into the supposedly empty darkness, was definitely that witch. So, it's Shannon this time. How long it's been. Oh. Your face isn't nearly as pale as it once was. I can see you're now canon. I hardly recognize you. Thank you very much. There we go. Pressing the wrong key. Shannon solemnly prepared dinner. Oh, pressing the wrong key again. God damn it. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch. They were all jumbled up, and she didn't know where to start. Her heart was also jumbled up, and she didn't even understand her own emotions. So she could only do her job dispassionately, with everything still vague. However, the witch saw what was in her heart. After all, you can't hide anything from a witch. I won't apologize. I am a witch, after all. Apologize for what? Come now. Canon must have told you about it. Yeah, fly in my room. Die! Must have left the window open too long. Oops. Come now, Canon must have told you about it. I only rescued your love life because of my mischievous spirit. It was nothing more than the seed I sowed so I could watch your love grow complicated, become twisted, and watch fail. I imagine some people think it's more fun to hear about love than to have it. You couldn't possibly be trying to thank me, right? I am. No matter what kind of ulterior motive you had when you gave me the magic of love, it doesn't change the fact that I received it from you. I'll just finish the rest of it. Hold on. Oh my god, it's so sweet. Ah! Okay. Whenever I drink like soda, or like a sweet, very sweet drink like coffee or milk tea, I always have to order water on top of it, or get water with the drink. And then after I take a sip, or after a particularly large sip, I always drink a swig of water afterwards, and then swish it around in my mouth really aggressively, just because it feels so like, I mean, it tastes good, but then it feels like, my teeth are rotting. I can literally feel my teeth rotting. So even if you sowed that seed knowing that the two of us wouldn't be able to stay together for life, I won't hold a grudge against you. Sometimes I'll even just like straight up brush my teeth. It seems furniture is dull after all. Can't drink it out of the can anymore. I can at least I can still drink it out of the can, but for real I gotta drink water afterwards always. Or at least like get some mouthwash or like wash my mouth with something else that isn't something sweet. This is where I show my skill by cooking it into something interesting. I don't understand what you're thinking, Beatrice-sama. You're a great witch and people like us don't even reach your feet. Nor can we even imagine your grand thoughts. But there's at least one thing I can say. What is it? Thank you for teaching me to be human. You said it yourself. I'm no longer furniture. You hey! Why are you taking it back suddenly? Be silent, furniture. If you are a true human, hearing the announcement of your death on the day that you were to receive an engagement ring should have you dancing around mad with grief. But what are you doing? Your face looks so enlightened, as though you've accepted everything. Truly an anti-climax, furniture. She locked in. No, I'm not furniture. Be silent, furniture. I won't be silent. Because I'm not furniture. This is literally like... You're furniture. I know you are. I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? Because I'm not furniture. Are you saying you won't obey my orders? Furniture obeys orders. But a human decides for herself whether to obey orders or not. So I won't obey your orders. I take back what I said. You really are interesting. If I hadn't sowed those seeds, you probably would have allowed the ceremony to control your fate without clinging to any emotions. But now you've grown to become something truly interesting. Something that will entertain me to no end. That's all well. For I am not fond of boredom. Dinner's ready. Here you go. Doesn't this look delicious? If Goda makes it to the Golden Land, perhaps I shall commission him as my chief cook. I heard from Canon-kun. Something about how if I rejected George-san's proposal, you promised not to make me a sacrifice. Indeed. I said as much. It would make an ideal potential sacrifice for the second twilight. But because Canon cried and screamed, asking that I spare you, I graciously listened to his words. With the condition that you abandon your engagement, of course. See how gracious I am? What a foolish offer. And what a foolish threat. So you used that to thoroughly bully Canon-kun, did you? Huh? So you comprehend. Apparently Shannon had seen through it. She apparently guessed at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Canon with that horrible promise as bait. I made him crawl on the carpet and kiss my shoes.
It was so funny, lol.
And that's not all. Do you want to hear the other ways in which I humiliated him? Shannon silently shook her head. I made him put him a clown outfit in, and I made him even wear like the little red nose. And I made him do a little Fortnite dance. I finally come to understand you. You like to bully, confuse, and trouble people, and you do it to entertain yourself. So now I know for sure the one single way I can resist you. And what might that be? I don't care about you. I'll carry out the fate that has been given to me. That's all. I won't entertain you. She's looking at me all freaky. I don't care about you. The witch's features twisted in hatred for just an instant. It disappeared immediately, but the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch, whose malicious smile usually never faded for a second. I see. So you might resist me in that way. How amusing. How truly entertaining. I'll kill you. You and your lover both. If that's the fate you've decided upon, do as you will. I won't be afraid, and I won't stand against you. After all, I don't believe the cruel fate that's coming is something controlled by your will. We humans know nothing about fates that might come to pass in the future. That's why I'll live to the fullest until the last instant, following my convictions and the fate set before me. Fate is just a roll of the dice. There's no malice in it. Hey Emery, thanks for subscribing for 6 months. Thanks for resubscribing for 6 whole months. That's half a year. Wowzers. Oops, I totally glossed over that line. Even if you claim there is, I won't believe it. Oh. So even though you've quit being furniture, you've no fear of death. It seems you believe this will bore me, but you couldn't be more wrong. The thought of seeing whether you can hold on to that view until the last moment. It merely serves to intrigue me more and more. I can't stand this. Why did you take the form of a human, appear in front of us, speak with human words, and ridicule us? If you hadn't appeared in front of us, if you hadn't predicted the future, we would have been able to live life to the fullest until the last moment. That's what witches do. I live off your fates, reigning as a high order being does over low order beings. Your fates are nothing more than fragments. If I cup my hands together, I could scoop out as many of those as I want. Just like no matter what the beef cows I raise might babble, it doesn't change the fact that I'll be having them for dinner. We're powerless, so we cannot fight against your ceremony or fate. But I can make you unhappy right now. You gonna jump out the window or some shit? Uh-oh. And how are you planning to accomplish this?
今すぐここを立ち去ることです。
By walking away from this place right now.
あなたの言葉に答えることは全て
No matter how I respond to your words, it'll only amuse you. Okay, my bad. I thought you were gonna like curl yourself. I'm really sorry for... I don't know why my first thought was that she was gonna jump out the window. Refusing to respond to your questions is my only method of resisting you. I see, I see. You might be able to take a shot at me, but you can't defeat me. Yes. I have the power to kill anyone for eternity. I cannot wait to see whether you can keep up that resistance in an endlessly repeating cycle of death and rebirth. Don't you forget it. Okay. You spoke those words yourself. Well then, if you'll excuse me. If you need anything, please call me. Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. With that gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because when the witch called out again, she sounded just a little more quick-tempered than she had before. Canon thanked me. Can't you? Can't you thank me for bringing you your day of rest? Furniture may be happy when their day of rest comes, but I'm human, so I have nothing to thank you for. Is that all you have to say? Sort of got her ass. You plan to accept George's ring, yes? Don't forget that if you do, I'll abandon the promise I made with Canon. The promise that you wouldn't be selected as a sacrifice. If you need anything else, I'll have someone else come. If you'll excuse me. Flat out interruption! Shannon still hadn't answered her. And the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought. Because an expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She had made Canon submit even though he hadn't been ensnared until the end. Whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time. I see. So this state of affairs is amusing after all. Perhaps I really am still young. You're only 1,000 years old. You've got your whole life ahead of you. This is why I haven't tired of life after 1,000 years. Ayeek! Who's the roulette gonna choose? Who's it gonna choose? Is it gonna choose? Pick, 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 pick! This was most fabulous part of... This was most Oh, okay. It's probably supposed to be... This was the most fabulous part of the family conference. Dinner. In the past, when Kinzo had been serious about the conference, he had taken everyone's yearly gathering for dinner very seriously. Because anything embarrassing that occurred during the dinner would cause the deepest shame for him as a host. He had given Natsuhi stern orders to avoid embarrassments at all costs. Because of that, she and Kraus eventually hired Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. Thanks to that, they had become able to serve wonderful dinners they could be confident in. But by that time, Kinzo had closed himself up in a study and never appeared for dinner. Perhaps you could call that ironic. When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out. When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out, Goda began to describe it proudly, further stimulating everyone's appetites. Blah, 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 blah.
And the sauce here is Bordelaise. Of course, the red wine base I used was excellent even among those made in Bordeaux, but in addition, I prepared an additional blend of this house. A blend of choice alcohol from around the world to further deepen the taste. This sauce is limited to this year. I sincerely hope you all enjoy your meal.
Isn't that wonderful? I should save. Has the first Twilight happened? No, as you can see off the menu. Isn't that wonderful? However, isn't Bordelaise sauce common to French cooking? It almost seems like using alcohol from outside France with that is heresy.
Klaus-sama, today's the annual family conference. As a dare for letting them live far away and you have traveled far from a country work together, I realize it would be much fitting to have a sauce made from a blend of fine alcohols from all over the planet that I've never made each other before. So I had it specially prepared.
Wonderful! A truly wonderful cook, that's what you are! Food and medicine work twice as well if you sell it right. It's already twice as delicious as normal food, and the advertising makes it twice as good as that. The taste keeps doubling and doubling.
Come on, Nissan. That question of yours was obviously a plant.
No doubt about it. You totally set Goto-san's, you totally set Goto-san up to steal the show on that one. You think so? I thought there might be some people here who didn't notice that today's food was in the French style. After all, Ava just said that avoiding butter was a virtue, but that's the Spanish style. Well, I guess they do share a border, right?
That's not what I meant. Would you please not take a part of the conversation out of context and make stuff up? It's a very delicious sauce. Goto-san, you certainly are amazing. It looks like I actually see your friends. No, it was all Goto's idea.
Why am I talking like that? I don't fuck with Goto. I don't like him. He's fucking annoying. I only listened to the recipe and approved of it. It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about the sauce. But for the most part, dinner proceeded peacefully. However, a certain question they desperately wanted to ask burned inside each of them. Where's the 19th person? Yes! It was about that visitor, the 19th person. The Golden Witch. In actuality, Ava and Rudolph and the rest were very much on their guards during this meal. If the mystery guest was ever going to be introduced, this dinner table would be the most appropriate place to do it. However, no place was set at the dinner table for the witch. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and previous experiences told them it might last until deep into the night. However, they couldn't imagine why such a person should be kept hidden until that late, if they were going to be introduced in the end anyway. Wow. So Ava and Rudolph and the rest were starting to feel a certain suspicion. Perhaps this was perhaps this guest was unknown even to Kraus. If this wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give him an advantage in the inheritance problem, then maybe they should speak frankly to Kraus beforehand, creating a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the four siblings. If she was Kinzo's assassin, whose purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to the four siblings, the enmity between Kraus and the other siblings should only become a weak point that benefited the enemy. When he finished explaining the reasoning behind the table setting and the cooking, Goto tried to leave the room, but Kirie called him to a stop with a small voice. Please excuse me. I was under the impression we had company today, but can we expect to be joined at the dinner table? She planned on saying it nonchalantly, but unfortunately it reached the ears of Natsu, who was sitting in the next seat over. Even though the guests are here, why hasn't the host come to dinner? In other words, that Kirie had asked whether Kinzo was going to join them for dinner. The family had's not at his best, so he said he would take dinner in his study. I believe my husband explained that in the beginning. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Natsu's reaction instantly told Kirie that this unknown visitor was also unknown to Kraus and his wife. Which meant... On the chessboard inside Kirie's mind, she could hear the clattering of the pieces as they rearranged themselves. What do you mean we have... Oh, he's awake! What do you mean we have company? Battler, who had been sitting next to Natsu, seemed to have heard Kirie's words without misunderstanding them. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited to today's family conference, he spoke up incredulously. And thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling building in the siblings' chests suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Goda at the same time. By their reactions, it was clear that no one here had invited the mystery woman. For an instant, Goda was startled to find everyone's gazes gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. He answered in an extremely calm and graceful manner.
Yes, but I just wanted to eat around with the VIP room and just been good there.
That extremely graceful and reasonable response of Goda's made it obvious to everyone that a 19th person, a visitor, existed. The VIP room? A guest? What? Who are you talking about? Natsuhi's words echoed the question that everyone who didn't know about the appearance of the Golden Witch was thinking. For a while, Goda was disoriented, caught completely off guard by the sudden interrogation. This was a guest who had been treated with such deep respect. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife might not even know about her.
Exactly. Beatrice,
Beatrice!
See? Beatrice came!
Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over again that she had met Beatrice that day. Oh, the letter that Rosa has! Open that shit up! The cousins answered flippantly, but they hadn't believed. Do they ever? So their eyes grew wide. Sorry. I totally thought you were joking, Maria. So she really was there? By Beatrice, you mean that Beatrice with the gold?
I've been saying that shit the whole fucking time! No one ever believes!
We're sorry, Maria-chan. That's not how we meant it. After learning that everyone had doubted Beatrice's existence, Maria, who had been in a good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, who sat in the next seat over, tried frantically to calm Maria. Goda, is this some sort of dinner entertainment? Quite a performance. Aniki, quit playing dumb. You called her here, right? Called? Called whom? From where? Nisan, let's be clear about this. Who is she? Surely you aren't going to tell us it really is the Beatrice from that portrait, right? Trying to find like a good position to sit in. Why is it so hard to find a comfortable seat? Or a way to sit? Currently, my feet are... I'm doing that thing where you sit, but you don't actually sit. You bring your, like, knees up to your chest, feet on the chair. I'm doing that. I don't have a clue what you people are talking about. Goda, you really aren't joking, right?
源氏さんからそのような指示を受けただけしてそう
源氏を呼びなさい
Call for Genji. Immediately. When Natsuya yelled, Goda sped out into the hallway. Where's that, like, whoop, 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 whoop sound effect? When someone, like, fucking runs off in a cartoon or something. The sound of the door being thrown open was the spark that suddenly set the dinner table ablaze. You're saying you're in the dark too, Aniki? Who called her? Was it Dad? I don't know anything about this. It seems you people think I've been pulling the strings behind the scenes, but that's a huge misunderstanding. Ah, hi, Mew. Thank you so much for the raid. Howdy. Hi, thank you for raiding. What were you up to? Were you also playing Umineko by any chance? Perchance? What hi raiders? Howdy, thank you so much for the raid. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How was your stream? How are you? Franbone. That sounds vaguely familiar. That's that point and click adventure game, right? I think it is. Well, point and click game, I should just say. I don't know if it's a adventure game, but I know it's a point and click game. I've seen art of it. It looks really, how do I describe it? Like children's book creepy. It reminds me of that. At least the aesthetic. I don't know what it's about though. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid, Keepo Happy. If you've got a, what do you call it? If you gotta rest, eat, sleep, rest, etc., please do. And also, if you ever wanted to play Umineko, I'd totally recommend jetting right now at this very moment, because this is episode 2, so it's not the beginning of the game. Yeah, if you ever wanted to experience it for yourself, I totally recommend scooting on out of here. Otherwise, feel free to lurk, etc., etc. Thank you again, people happy. Where's my water? Calm down, Kraus-Nissan. We've got past the stage of skirmishing with each other. If you're saying even you don't know this mystery person, then something crazy is going on. Hideyoshi, can't you be a little more discreet with your words? My husband would not invite unnecessary people to the family conference. Obviously. What are you people talking about? Are you saying the witch of the portrait has broken out of her frame and appeared? It's not as though anyone's actually met this witch face to face. Rosa, right, I totally forgot she saw her and even spoke with her. I met her. Ava and Rudolph nodded at Rosa's proclamation.
I met her too! Uncle Kraus, believe it! Believe it! Stop, Tamayo! Uncle Kraus, believe it! Believe Mama!
The brief tension was broken, and Maria started to make a ruckus. By now the room was thoroughly wrapped in chaos. I don't have a clue what's going on. So what's it mean? Does it mean the witch who gave grandfather the gold is showing up as a special guest this year? But is that really true? Aunt Rosa didn't see it wrong, did she?
What? I'm at her too! Woo!
Aunt Rosa, are you sure? Yes. Maria and I met her and we even talked to her. I met her. That was definitely a witch. Please believe me. I definitely didn't see it wrong or hallucinate anything. What on earth was that? She gonna make a grand entrance? No, it's the fucking lamp. In the instant before the typhoon arrived, Rosa definitely met a witch in the Rose Garden. But the scene had been so hard to accept as truth that the more she spoke of it like this, the less she understood what it was she had encountered. Ironically, since she was losing her composure, the more frantically she tried clinging to her claim. The more frantically she tried to cling to her claim, the more confused and hazy the thing she was describing became. Because of that, it only took a single, calmly spoken sentence to confirm the nature of what she was describing beyond doubt. I also met with her. I greeted, well, I couldn't really call it that. I exchanged a few words with her. It's definitely not something that Rosa-san just saw wrong. Kirie, are you serious? Yes, but she didn't tell me her name. So I can't say for certain that she was Beatrice. However, and sorry if this is subjective, but since I met her in the entrance hall, I was able to compare her face with the portrait. My first impression was that this portrait has to be hers. Again, this is all just subjective. That isn't possible! In the first place, where did that woman come from? The only boat arriving today was the one that brought all of you here. Was she on that boat? Well, it's hard to say for sure. Of course, I don't remember any woman like that getting off the boat with us. Oh, is that all? Can you prove there wasn't a boat besides the one we rode on? You can't. You can't prove one didn't arrive. Oops, sorry. Tapped my hydro flask. Makes sense. If another boat did arrive, it might be possible to prove it. If someone saw it and said they saw it, then you're done. What's this called again? Devil's proof? Or something like that? But it's impossible to prove that such a boat didn't arrive. It was like the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence? Or was it the absence of evidence doesn't prove the evidence of absence? Or something, it was something to that degree. It was really confusing. Can't remember which one it is. Even if everyone says that no such boat arrived, that they didn't see it arrive, you can't prove that they didn't arrive secretly. It's a thing they call a devil's proof. It'd be simple to prove that the devils exist, or that devils exist. All you have to do is meet a devil. But it's impossible to prove that devils don't exist. Just by saying that no one's ever met a devil, you can't deny the possibility they're hiding somewhere humans can't go. You can't deny the existence of aliens for exactly the same reason. Until humanity searches the whole of space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure that they don't exist. And, well, it's definitely impossible for us to ever check the entirety of space for the existence of aliens. Oh, it is pouring cats and dogs outside. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it'll always be impossible to show proof that denies their existence. So any discussion about there being a second boat would just be a waste of our time. Wawa. There we go.
僕たちと一緒の船にはいなかった。
She wasn't on the boat with
そ
us.
れだけが事実。
That much is a fact, so she must have arrived on this island through some other
この
means.
島に訪れたことになる。
そうね。
That's
どうやっ
right.
て来たかなんて
There may be no need to discuss how she came here.
肝心なのは現に
What's important is that she's actually in this mansion now
私たちと晩餐を
and doesn't
共に
feel like
する
having
気が
dinner
ない
with
という
us.
事実よ。
整理しよ
Okay, let's review.
う。今この島には
Right now, there's another guest on this island other than the 18 people with the Ushiromiya family.
そしてそいつは
And this is a guest even Aniki and Natsu-san don't know about, right?
知りません。
I know nothing.
何の話だかもわか
I
りません。
don't know what you're talking about.
お前は少し黙っていなさい。
Be silent for now.
頭痛に騒
The
ぐ。
headache will get worse.
妻の言う通りだ。
It's as my wife says.
私にはお前たちが何の
I have no
話をしてい
idea.
るのか
You're so fucking useless, Kraus. You're so fucking useless. Your wife says, I don't know. Shut up. Your headache's gonna get worse. Anyways, yeah, it's what she just said. I don't know. Fuck you, Kraus.
じゃあ答えは一つしかないわ。
Then there can only be one
お父
answer.
様が呼んだのよ。
Father called her
今
here.
日の親族会議の
Called her here for today's family conference.
親族会議
For the family conference?
だから何のために
Again. Why?
そんなの知らないわよ。
I don't know
お兄
that.
さんが知ってたら
I'm questioning you because I thought you might know.
えわ、予算が
Ava, could you give it a rest?
兄さんは
Kraus Nissan said he doesn't know.
つまり話
So here's what we've got. Father stealthily invited the witch of the portrait as a secret guest. And she met with Rosa-san and Maria-chan and then Kirie-san. That's all for now. If she has something to say to us, she could just show herself right away. The letter, the fucking letter, please. Now we've got to wonder why she set herself up without greeting us.
親族会議なんか花から関心
Does this mean Dad, who never gave a crap about this family conference in the first place, secretly called a new mistress here?
理想の魔女さん
And had her wear the clothes of this ideal witch?
そう決着するには
The day's too important for that explanation to fly.
理由は一つし
There
か
can only be one reason.
親族会議に
To
加わ
join
る
in on
た
the
め
family conference.
お父様の遺産に
She
つ
wants
い
to
て
claim some right to
何か
father's
主張
inheritance.
する気でいるのよ。バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
当主様に愛人
The
など
family
できる
head
わ
wouldn't have
けなど
something as
おりません。
filthy as a mistress.
俺は黙っていると言っている
Fuck you, Kraus.
私はこの屋敷でずっと親父殿と過ごしているが
I've lived in this mansion with father all this time, and I've never heard a thing about something like that.
最大限理解
If we stretch possibility to the limit and assume father had an illegitimate child with some mistress decades ago,
親父殿が探
then
し
maybe father searched her out and called her here today.
こう言いたいのか
Is that what you're trying to say?
あなたお父様にそんなものがいるわ
It's
けがあり
absurd
ま
to
せん。
think father has such a child.
という後ろ宮の血が
How is the noble blood of the Ushiromiya family on a mistress?
先ほどから
This is nothing more than a few people making wild claims. It's obviously a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream. Or is everyone taking part in some kind of act to trick my husband? What act? If anyone's acting, it's you.
よせよ姉貴
What did
ち
Anarchy?
ょいと暴力的な言い方だが
Natsu-san may be a bit over
夏さんの
vehement,
言う通り
but
で
she's
は
right.
キリエは
Kirie saw her, I didn't.
姉貴もだ
Neither did you,
だ
Anarchy.
がローザは見た
But Rosa did.
しかしってことは
And that means
いる
she exists.
いるを証明している連中が存在
There are
する
people who can prove she exists, so we're sure right away she does.
悪魔の証明の
It's the opposite of a devil's proof.
それに
And I want to meet her
俺
too.
は会いたいそして
I want to ask her directly what kind of business she has with the Ushiromiya family.
それについては私も
I agree with you on that. I do indeed wish to inquire as to what business she has on Rokenjima. Don't play dumb. There's only one thing she could be after. Is it the inheritance? I don't know. I don't know, Ava. Is she after the inheritance? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Is she after the inheritance? I don't know. I don't know if she's after the inheritance. We should work out our future plans with the lawyer who's hot on inheritance issues. If the mistress claims equal right to his mother, then all our shares will be cut right in half. Finally, the letter! Finally! Wait a second, everybody. Genji-san— oh, god damn it, it's not the letter, for fuck's sake. Genji-san will come very soon. He knows everything. I'm sure he'll answer our questions. The letter, please! Kids, sorry, but the adults have to start talking about something complicated. Return to the guest house. No! Read the fucking letter! Now! Rosa yelled at the children, slightly overcome with emotion. The children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at, but Ava and the rest realized it too late. They were talking so bluntly about the filthy topic of the inheritance right in front of the children. Of course they wouldn't want their children to remain. Uh-oh, sorry! Y'all look awful. That's right, just as Rosa-san says. George, take all the cousins and go back to the guest house. You all play nice together now. George, do as you're told. Take all the cousins and leave right now. Wait a second, Mother. We still haven't finished eating. Yeah, damn, they're eating right now.
No, we haven't eaten dessert. What the hell?
We'll have Goda-san take dessert to the guest house, so leave! Now leave! Jessica, from here on the adults will be talking together. Go.
Sure.
Even though I'm still eating. Well, I guess I won't be the only exception. Thanks for understanding, Badara-kun. But you sure are lucky. Huh? Why? I'd want to leave if I could. I bet. I'll let you adults enjoy your happily family chat about the inheritance. Every fucking time! Every time he comes in, you just like, you've completely forgot about his existence and Nanjo's just there. He's like fucking sweating. I will also leave my seat. At any rate, it appears my turn will not come tonight. Nanjo quietly rose to his feet. From his seat in the farthest corner, he had been calmly watching the whole discussion without butting in. Surely, that reaction of his was very adult, just what you'd expect of a calm, old gentleman. Nanjo rose from his seat and ended up encouraging the others who were supposed to leave. The children noisily rose from their seats, and as they hurried into the hallway, the servants returned. I was checking to see all the doors and windows were shut, so it took me some time. I apologize. Come on, children, to the guest house. Goda-san, my apologies, but could you carry the children's portions of the dessert to the guest house? It seemed Goda wasn't amused to see the dinner he'd worked so hard on interrupted like this. He sent Natsuya a look as though asking her whether that was really okay. Do as Rosa-san says. And it will not be necessary to set out dessert for us. Don't approach the dining hall until we call. Yo, speak for yourself. I want dessert. The fuck, if I'm there, I'm absolutely 1000% asking for that damn dessert. Are you fucking kidding me? Tell the rest of the servants to do the same. Understood?
Well, good luck.
Come, everyone. Shall we go? But Hasan, you mustn't trouble your mother anymore.
Well, I'm gonna talk about Naruto too. No!
マリアちゃん
Maria-chan, could you tell us about Beatrice in the guest house? I really want to hear about the witch. Okay?
What?
You're pretty darn smooth, George-san. I'm impressed. Are you sure you don't have kids? You're too used to this. George's words had completely restored Maria's good mood, and now she took the initiative, telling the others to go on ahead to the guest house. It looked like Goda didn't like being kicked out himself, but he couldn't disobey Natsu, so he left the room with Battler and the rest, closing the door. Is there some way I might be of service, everyone? Yeah, there sure is. We've got a whole bunch of questions. In fact, every one of us does. So much we almost want to have a lottery to see who gets to ask first. But no matter who wins the lottery, the first question will be the same, won't it? That's right. Genji-san. Answer me honestly. Who's this person called Beatrice in the VIP room right now? Damn it! We don't get the fucking letter! God damn it, Rosa. You had one job. One job! It's already 10 o'clock. Jeez. The way Ava talks, she has it down pat. I really do like her voice actress. She has that tone of speech down pat. Hideyoshi's claim that advertising doubled the taste was apparently right. After being chased out to the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin. Why is Nanjo here? Why the fuck is Nanjo here? Yes, the 4 kids and also Dr. Nanjo, because Kinzo told him to not come back to his room. So he has nowhere else to go, so he's just chilling out with the fucking kids. Just chilling out with the damn kids. It's so funny. After being chased out to the guest house, the kids and Nanjo. I like that they have to clarify. It's the kids and Nanjo. The kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin's room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert. It was both wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated very deliciously with fruits. But delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good for some reason. Without Goda-san selling it, it isn't nearly as good. And if we ask Kumasawa-san to sell it, she'd just say it's made of mackerel.
Huh? Really? You can make cake from mackerel? Absolutely, and as you can see with this very cake, if you mix the squeezed juice of mackerel with flour and eggs before cooking, it comes out all fluffy. Whoa.
That'd be incredible if true. Huge if true. Maybe mackerel cake will show up on the new menu at one of Father's restaurants. I'd try it. I'll give anything a try. It sounds disgusting, but I'll give anything a try. After all, mackerel is full of nutrients and sounds healthy. And might get really popular with women and the elderly. There's this 57-year-old woman here, but it's not a joke. I'm not gonna get anywhere near it. I just won't eat something that weird. Hold on, I have to pee again. Sorry, my bladder is so small. My bladder is so freaking small.
Wow, 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 wow.
Let's see. Let's see. I choose you. Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry. I ate some crackers, or some Ritz crackers. Shit, I should have gotten more water while I was at it. Whatever. I was about to say I'm gonna go until 7 o'clock, but I also just realized it's 6:42. I don't want to go until 8. I have some more time. Also don't want to stream, or end the stream right as I come back though. I'll try to find a good stopping point. I'll try to find a good stopping point and go from there. Or end there, rather. So the moment some magic funky shit, or like the first Twilight happens, I'll probably stop there. End on a cliffhanger. But thank you guys, thank you. Even the elderly would wish to decline.
But it's delicious, you know.
Kumasawa was really cheering up the mood with her classic mackerel jokes. But the sound of the downpouring rain kept turning their attention towards the mystery gas. It really is, like, quite creepy. Or, I know it's literally just a coincidence. But it is quite creepy for it to be raining where I am. And also having this downpour here in-game. In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person to have met Beatrice. Immersion buff? Dude, I think she's in my house right now. She's watching me play this damn game. She's right behind me. But I don't have enough wavelength. I don't have a good wavelength, so I can't see her, but I can feel she's right behind me. Cackling. I can't believe she was actually telling the truth. Make it sound like that you never believed it. This Maria meets a witch business isn't news to you. Yeah, I thought it was just one of those fairy tales you'd expect from a dreamy kid that age.
She exists! Beatrice exists! Every year when we come to the family conference, I meet her and we play games together.
That's right. That's right. No, that's not the voice. I can't do like all the voices at once. I can't remember them all at once. That's right. Although fuck. Whatever, that's right. Although Beatrice is on, it doesn't usually show herself. I hear she sometimes unexpectedly appears before honest people with clean hearts. Beatrice referred to that character in the fairy tale about the Rokenjima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his delusions. That's how Rokenjima's fairy tale, or maybe ghost story, had come into being. To the family members who knew that backstory, the fairy tale of the Golden Witch wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo. Because of that, the legend of the witch carried a lot more weight to someone like young Maria, who didn't know the story of how it had come into being. That's why Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She accepted it entirely. That was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. So people had avoided saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together to say and do things that would help liven up her dreams without her knowing. So when Maria-chan was showing us that candy that supposedly came from Beatrice, I figured someone subtly slipped it into her handbag. I have done similar things a few times in the past, secretly placing sweets somewhere. I imagine even Kumasawa-san, or rather all of the servants and everyone in the Ushiromiya family has done it once or twice. So if it'll make a small innocent kid happy, you might place a sweet somewhere and have everyone join in on keeping the secret alive for her. Come to think of it, I'll bet you do that kind of thing all the time, George Aniki. Who knows? It'd probably be boorish to admit to such a thing out loud. George admitted it while being extremely wary that Maria didn't find out. In other words, it's kinda like Santa Claus. To protect a kid's dreams, the parents plot together on lies, setting presents at the bedside of a child fast asleep. After all, you want to protect a kid's dreams, right? Obviously, I've known Santa doesn't exist for a long time now.
But if there's no reason to wake up from a dream like that, I wish I could have believed it all my life.
So true. I wish Santa was real.
Because adults know that the world is filled with terrible things. They all want to at least protect the pure dreams of a child.
We should really get Rosa in on this conversation, methinks.
Beatrice exists! It exists!
So if the definition of a witch is someone who, like, has magical powers, does that technically mean Santa is also a witch, or would he fall under, like, wizard? Or, like, magician, like Kinzo?
Yeah, she does. Beatrice-sama does exist, right? Some time ago, when I was drying mackerel to make some black tea, suddenly...
Well, it basically goes something like that. Supposedly, at least. So simply put, this was supposed to be a witch hunt that no one but Maria believed in. I wouldn't phrase it quite like that. The point isn't that we didn't believe. We were all trying to give her a chance to believe. So it's about not betraying a child's innocence. But Santa doesn't exist in reality. If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd better be off not showing them that dream in the first place. Is the fact that I think like this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult? The true nature of the Rokenjima witch was finally starting to take shape in Battler's mind. However, their current situation overrode this understanding, and in fact it completely overturned its very premise. So, we thought we knew what was going on, but now Beatrice-sama the witch has actually appeared in reality. Is that it? And judging by how freaked our parents were, it looks like she wasn't an invited guest. Now it's starting to get interesting. There's no reason for us to simply assume that a woman called Beatrice doesn't exist. It's what Uncle Rudolph called the devil's proof. None of us knew that a woman calling herself Beatrice existed. But that's not the same as proving that Beatrice doesn't exist.
Finally, Dr. Nanjo backstory!
Dr. Nanjo lore, yes! Dr. Nanjo, you've been friends with grandfather for a long time, right?
At one point during the family conference, I was questioned quite thoroughly by Kraus-san and the others. They wanted to know if long ago Kinzo-san might have had a mistress called Beatrice and an illegitimate child with her.
I get it. Her parents have their heads full with the inheritance problem. Of course, if the daughter of a mistress like that showed up, it would be troublesome for them.
Kraus-san and the rest probably asked Genji-san about it first. However, Genji is an aide who's sworn loyalty to Kinzo-san, and is probably a friend more trusted by Kinzo than myself. I doubt he told them anything. So next they went to ask me as an old friend of his.
And? Did grandfather have a lover called Beatrice, Dr. Nanjo? Don't snitch on me if I do tell you guys.
He did. And no, I've never met her. However, I have heard from Kinzo-san that he had a relationship with a woman like that. He said she passed away a very long time ago.
She's dead? So did the two of them end up having a kid?
Now that I do not know.
But Kinzo-san always says that reviving Beatrice is the goal of his research. Usually if one loses a mistress, but has a child left behind to remember them by, they pour all of their love onto that child. Therefore, we naturally assumed that there was no such child between Kinzo-san and Beatrice. Huh? So, that leaves us with another devil's proof. Yeah.
It's impossible to prove that a child between him and a mistress didn't exist. So now that this child has actually appeared, we have to assume she did exist after all.
That's a bit of a rushed argument. It's more realistic that someone got wind of the trouble with the Ushiromiya family inheritance, knew about grandfather's relationship with the mistress long ago, and impersonated her, trying to take a slice of the inheritance for themselves. That's also like a huge reach as well, George. Sure, that is realistic. But we can't deny the possibility that she really is an illegitimate child. One who lived in isolation, forgotten by grandfather, and who's returned for revenge, right?
Revenge? What do you mean?
Sorry. Guys just like to dramatize stuff to make it sound interesting. I've seen too many weird dramas. Normally that might have come off as a light joke, but the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice had marched in on the day of the family conference, where the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. There was no way Battler's joke could be welcomed with laughter. So it was a really big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down. Thanks, Nanjo. I see. That does sound quite intriguing. I'd love to read a novel with a plot like that. Well, I don't think it could actually work. After all, right now on this island there's 1, 2, 3... a full 18 people, right? If anyone tries to do something weird, they'll immediately get caught. And thanks to the typhoon, they can't even leave the island. In other words, if you try to commit some crazy crime, you'd be screwed. I agree. In a dead end without any way to escape, and in a situation where everyone's really suspicious of her, I seriously doubt that she could pull off a terrifying revenge drama like that. My eyes glazing over to the first Twilight. Guys, be careful of what you say. Please be careful. Probably not. In that case, it would be more realistic if she had come in secret without making her presence known. I simply cannot imagine someone appearing openly to take revenge outside of some historical drama.
Well, who knows, right? Revenge is based on emotion, not logic. If you got someone willing to go down along with their opponent, they may not be afraid of anything, not even the police or large numbers of people.
It's okay, Jessica-chan. None of the disturbing things we're imagining will happen. They're all gonna happen. You just said it, so now they're all gonna happen. Like the battle royale between our parents over the inheritance isn't disturbing.
That's right. Dad and Uncle Rudolph are pretty tough, and Aunt Ava's even trained in the martial arts.
We'll be fine. Yeah. Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she'd vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all the other siblings on the inheritance issue. They usually played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away, like it had been at dinner, The result would be a tumultuous uproar. After realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought that her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble and become human sex. Jessica. Scratching my head. Scratching my fucking head like crazy right now. I've got some bad news, kiddo. Seriously, George Aniki's right. Battler, stop! You're the worst person to start saying this shit. You're the worst person to start saying this shit. I need you to walk on that wood right now. I need you to knock on that wooden bed frame right now so you don't jinx shit. It's over. Their family, their parents are all gonna die. Seriously, George Aniki's right. Nothing's gonna happen. Even if she pretends she's a witch, what can a single human woman who can't even use magic do? The sudden, creepy laugh made all of them jump. When they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again. I see. So that's how you see it, Battler. What? See what? Don't fucking laugh all creepy like that, you're scaring me! You accept Beatrice's existence for now. At least, you accept her as a 19th person and a guest. That's all. Right. You don't accept that the 19th person, Beatrice, is a witch, right? Huh? Of all the crazy things to say, of course that's what I think. Battler's casual misogyny causing a Maria tweak out. What's the word for, instead of like the hatred of women, it's the hatred of witches. What's the word for that? What's the word? Is he witch phobic? No, witch, that's fear of witches. It's the hatred of witches. Witchogeny. Witchogeny, I don't know. What did you just say? Battler. What the fuck did you just say to me? What did you just say to me? Battler would have been Pilgrims in Salem would love him. I was just about to say, they would have fucking loved him back then, and during the witch hunt periods, they would have fucking loved this guy. They would have appointed him chief witch hunter. They would have fucking loved him, appointed him chief of the village, chief of the witch hunt, etc., etc. Witches couldn't possibly exist. The only possibility is that she's a human woman claiming to be a witch. Isn't that odd, Battler? That's devil's proof, isn't it? Of course, witches don't exist. But just because you've never met a witch doesn't mean you've proven that witches don't exist. Right. Ah, that's right. You're not wrong there. I can't prove that witches don't exist. However, even if I can't prove it, I still can claim it. I claim that witches don't exist.
Why? Why do you claim that witches don't exist even though you can't prove it?
His fucking argument being because I said so. Fucking love you, dude. I love you, Battler. Because things like that don't exist.
それで QED?
QED? What's that? QED. QED. Quod erat demonstrandum. Let me see. Which means that which was to be demonstrated. It's often used in writing or speech to indicate that a proof or argument has been proven. Oh, okay.
何の証拠も根拠もなく証明終了
You finished your proof without any evidence or basis?
無知が自分の浅が草を棚上げする時の
Now there's a typical case of the ignorant willfully ignoring the shallowness of their own
暴
knowledge.
力的思考停止
A reckless suspension of thought.
となりゃ答えは一つだぜ。
Then there's only one way to resolve this, Maria.
魔女側の反証しかねえってこと
The witch's side needs to show some proof
こ
themselves.
れまた悪魔の証
It's a devil's proof again.
連れてくりゃ
If you bring me a devil, we can end this right now.
この場合は
In this case, we can just get this woman calling herself Beatrice to display some wonderful, magnificent magic like the twinkling stars or something.
人間には不可能なことをやる
All she has to do is show us something that's impossible for humans, right?
ほらお二人とも
He's beeping with a 9-year-old battler. Stop. Oh, come now, you two. Please settle down. Kumasawa noticed the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. It seemed as though Battler quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult. But Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed creepily, she kept staring at Battler.
マリアももうよせよ
You quit it too, Maria.
直そう
Let's
ぜ
get back in a good mood, okay?
それが望みならベアトリ
If that's what you
ー
want,
見せてくれるよ
Beatrice will definitely show
人
you
間には不可能な
something
こと
impossible for humans.
そしたらバトラ
When she does, you'll believe too, okay?
ベアトリーチェのこと
You believe in Beatrice.
おう
Sure.
そいつを拝ませ
If she lets me have a look, I'll believe.
信じてやろうじゃねえ
魔女とバトラの議論のチェスだね
It's a chess debate between the witch and you,
チ
battler.
ェックメイトされ
If you get
たら
checkmated, you'll believe in the
バ
witch.
トラは魔女を知る
おしゃれだ
Oh, I like the way you put that.
魔女が魔法
The witch shows her magic.
俺のキングにチェ
My
ック
king is put into check.
俺は人間でも何らかの手段
I quibble, saying it'd be possible to reproduce her feat using measures even a human could take. And my king escapes.
それができなきゃチェックメイ
Failing
ト
to do that would be checkmate.
確かに
So that's a pretty good analogy. Reproduce her feat using measures even a human could do. Oh, okay.
バトラチェスというのは相手も自分も同じ動きの
Battler, in chess, you and your opponent have pieces that move in the same way.
だから
So you can predict your opponent's moves.
でもね
But you know what?
相手の駒が
What you aren't
バトラの
expecting
駒よりさらに不思議
is that your opponent's pieces might be able to move in ways far stranger than yours.
想定していい魔女のはずない
You've simply assumed that since witches must not exist, the movement of Beatrice's pieces will obviously be the same as your own.
でもね
But you know what?
だけどバトラのチェスの
Sorry,
相手は
battler.
人間じゃない
But your chess partner isn't human.
魔女なの
She's a witch.
人間にはさせない駒の動き
She can move her pieces in ways that humans can't.
バトラは今そこの
Right now, your understanding is flawed.
バトラはキリエを
Battler.
チェス盤思考
You like Aunt Kirie's chessboard thinking. How could she possibly know that? Gulp. How could she possibly know that Battler likes her chessboard thinking?
ああ
Y-
相手の
Yeah.
思考術って
I like that style of thinking where you stand in your opponent's shoes.
だからダメなの
And that's why you'll get stuck.
相手は魔女
Even though your opponent is a witch, you want to accept it. So you can't understand the moves a witch might make, and your chessboard thinking won't work. Your knowledge of your opponent is mistaken. The very first premise of chessboard thinking is broken down.
Ah, so that's your game. You cannot win in chess against a witch. Why does she always have to start tweaking? Why does she always have to start tweaking like that, man? Are people gonna die? Oh, it's them.
I don't know what happened after that. We servants were strictly ordered not to approach the dining room. Have you ever met this person called Beatrice before?
What are you gonna say?
You don't know?
That was a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory was hazy.
For us servants, Beatrice-sama is the second master of this mansion. Some people say we spread that rumor because of the master's influence, but even when I just started working here, the story of Beatrice-sama was already being whispered of.
I've heard about it before. If you don't show her respect, you'll get cursed. And at least one servant actually did meet with an accident, right?
Yes, but it's true that some people believed more than others. I believe respect for that sort of thing shouldn't be forgotten, so I've never doubted that she exists. I vaguely believed that, a shadowy being called the Golden Witch existed.
Then that witch whose existence was so shadowy and obscure actually showed herself and entered openly through the entrance hall. Is that what happened?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
When you brought her dinner, did you talk about anything?
No, nothing.
I see. Still, a witch that eats food somehow doesn't sound so realistic. Maybe after all, it's just someone who knows about the witch legend on this island. Someone who's taking on Beatrice's name. I think you've probably come to respect Beatrice and think of her as something like a guardian god of the mansion. So when a person appeared actually going by that name, maybe you were a little disturbed. Dog, you've got no idea what you're talking about. Shannon's just like trying so hard not to sob.
That's right. I guess that must be the case.
George was slightly at a loss at what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even the youngest servants, or young servants, had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person. Thinking that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Surely, just like Maria and Jessica, Shannon was unable to fully hide the agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. He'd been so sure that was the case. But George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything. Even if she accepted the ring from George, they would never be married now. No. In the first place, sorry. Did furniture like her even have the right to be married? No, you're not furniture! Shannon! What happened? No! Even if the witch hadn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later?
Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on those fun days spent with George, while purposefully closing her eyes to the sad reality?
どうしたんだい
What's wrong?
さっきから本当に
You really haven't looked well for a while now.
ジョージさん、婚約って何
George
でしょう
son,
か？
what does it mean to be engaged?
It's a promise. It's a promise of love.
結婚の約束をするという
It means making a promise to marry.
でも僕はその意味
But I think in that sense it means the
結婚
same
と
thing
同
as
じものだと
marriage.
考えてる本当なら僕は
To be honest, I want to take you home as my wife right away.
でも僕は今修行中の身で
But right now I'm in the
まだ
middle
ま
of
だ
training,
自らの城を築き
and
上
I'm
げる
still a long way from having the capacity to create my own castle.
だからこそ一人前になって初めて
That's why I want to take you home with me with my head held high, only after I've become a full adult.
それは遠い未来
I'm
の
not
話じゃ
talking
ない
about the distant future.
ほんの3年ほど
I just want you to wait a short 3 years.
でも僕はだからといって3年
But that doesn't mean I want to lie about my feelings for another 3 years.
だから婚約
So I decided to give you an engagement ring.
それは
That might be a shameful reason as a man.
妻と仕事を両立
Maybe it's shameful to get engaged because I want you to wait since I can't support my work and a wife at the same time yet.
でも僕は決して君を
But I will definitely.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
ジョージさんにとって婚約指輪が恋人
I understand that to you, George-san, an engagement ring means something different than one of many presents you'd give to a lover.
当然だよ
Of course it's different.
婚約指輪は
An engagement ring isn't a simple accessory.
尊い約束を
It's an
指輪の
oath
形で
between lovers, a noble promise left in the form of a ring.
だとするとすぐにも結婚
So if you were to get married right away, it'd be completely meaningless, right?
その時は
Then it wouldn't be an engagement ring.
結婚指輪として渡すよ
I'd give it to you as a wedding ring.
どちらにせよ
Either way, I'd still be giving you a ring.
この女は俺のものだから誰も手を出すなよっていう
So it's a sold sign, like saying, "This woman is mine, nobody touch her."
I don't know if that's what I would say.
その意味じゃ
No, that's not what I... George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he'd also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So even if he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon.
いや
No,
その通りかもしれない
it may be true.
さよ
Saya,
君を僕の妻にする
I'll make you my wife.
他の誰にもやらない
I won't give you to anyone else.
僕だけのものにする
Okay, you're getting freaky right now. You're getting freaky, George.
I'll make you mine alone,
だから
so
誰
no
も
one
手を
will
出す
lay a
な
hand on you.
そういう指輪だよ
That's what this ring is,
間違いない
without a doubt.
ありがとうございますジョージさん
Thank you very much, George-san.
本当に
I'm truly
嬉しい
happy.
です
Then, George-san, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said that to him, an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring had a significance far more sacred than a promise to marry.
だから
So,
僕はあえてこれを
I'll stop calling this an engagement ring.
やめに今からこれは婚
From
約
now
じゃ
on,
ない
it isn't an engagement.
結婚指輪だ
It's a wedding ring.
Don't say it, George.
Is that really okay? Is it okay to, proclaim that we're married without even God's blessing?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, put that shit on. Put that fucking ring on, yeah. Your... Your... Your little ring finger belongs to me. And you're gonna do what I fucking tell you to. You understand that, Shannon? Your little ring finger, you belong to me, Shannon. And you're gonna do what I fucking tell you to. Every time you think of it, good. Good. It's enough to tell God, Father, and Mother about it afterwards. We'll tell them all that we've been married. No one will be able to undo it. Beatrix smiling in the background.
George-san. I'm not saying this because of a momentary emotion. I'm not just looking at how you are now. I'm looking at the you of tomorrow. Of the next day. I'm even gazing at you as you'll be in old age. In the future, as I say this. You're always talking about that, George-san. About how you want to enjoy your old age slowly, surrounded by healthy children and grandchildren. Yeah. At that time, an older you will be beside me. That is what I expect. No. What I foresee. Yes. Because that day will surely come. Will it surely come? Yes. Surely. Definitely. And this ring proves it without words. My AirPod died earlier when I was sitting at the dinner table with my friends, and all I can say is I'm glad you were... Your little ring finger belongs to me, Shannon. And you're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to. Please, show me. Huh? Here. George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it coolly. But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes. No, on something she could see beyond his eyes. Please show me that future. Oh. Kiss her! Fucking kiss her, you fool! Yeah. I'll show you. Surely. I promise.